Let's start. Let's go ahead and call our meeting to order. We'll have the invocation by the Honorable Jimmy Strickland and the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Honorable David Kugel.
Most gracious and heavenly Father, we come to you just thanking you. Thank you for allowing us to come out to do your business. Lord, we pray that you just cover this city, this parish, this state, this country, that you will allow us to do what's right. Lord, we pray for discernment, that we will do the things that are wise, knowledgeable, and the correct thing. We also pray for courage to stand for what's right. Lord, please allow the leaders to do the things to gain the trust of the people. We ask that you protect us, guide us, and lead us, and we thank you in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to take a minute of personal privilege. I wanted to wish for the council, wants to wish everybody a happy Veterans Day for the veterans out there. And being a Marine, I wanted to wish all the Marines a happy birthday. And I know the Navy has a birthday this month also. So thank you to all who served and who have served in the past and are currently on active duty.
Amen. Well said, Mr. Phillips. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Smith. Here. Mr. Rowling. Here. Ms. Casabon. Here. Ms. Seiden. Here. Mr. Phillips. Here. Ms. Tanner. Here. Mr. Impastato.
Here.
Mr. Burke. Mr. Kugel. Here. Ms. O'Brien. Here. Mr. Laughlin. Here. Mr. Bender. Here. Mr. Corbin. Here. And Mr. Strickland. Here. We have a quorum.
Okay, public comment. A 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. You must submit comment card prior to the commencement of discussion on the agenda item if you would like to speak on that item. Judging by the amount of comment cards here, I think everybody in St. Tammany Parish has filled one out, but they are up there on the front if you're looking for one. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment card into the record but who does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating they do not wish to speak. We have 2 special items on a public hearing tonight. They're budget items. Number 1 is ordinance calendar number 7963, ordinance to adopt the 2026 operating budget. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, council, I would like to tell you that the 2026 budget has a 30% cut for the judges, the DA, and the jail. It only has 30% because we are using the last of one-time money to add to the general fund to support this. In 2027, that money will be gone, and we will probably have a cut of over 50%. Right now, and I think Annie can tell me if I'm wrong, we are going to need probably between $18 and $20 million to sustain our public safety, which includes the jail, the DA, and the judges. We live in a beautiful parish, and we have public safety. I'm not scared to go out at night because I know we are safe. I think the people of this parish needs to realize that we have some serious problems to conquer this next year, or we are going to face shutdowns, people being let out of jail, whatever it takes, because there's no money. Most of our money is dedicated and cannot be switched. So I hope that this message is carried throughout the parish, and that the council and the parish president can come up with some ideas of how to rectify this before the start of the 2027 budget. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman.
Very well said, Ms. Tanner. I think I would like to echo those sentiments. And we are in a crisis. We are in jeopardy of losing the thing that we cherish the most, which is our public safety. And I pray that we can work together to get something done about it. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on what both of my colleagues, Ms. Tanner and Mr. Ipostata, said. So I've been at this for quite a while, okay? And, you know, we used to have a half-cent sales tax. And when a year after my wife and I got married, we moved here to St. Tammany Parish, to Slidell, and we were fortunate to raise all 8 of our children in Slidell. And what we lost in New Orleans when she graduated from college in New Orleans, and we moved a year later to Slidell, what we saw we were losing in New Orleans is that our kids were not going to be able to ride their bicycles. They were not going to be able to hang out with friends, and we would know that they're absolutely going to be safe. And that's how I grew up, okay? That's the environment I grew up in back when I was born in New Orleans. So we moved to Slidell. Very quickly, that fear left my wife and I. And it has never been with us. We live in the same house, the same neighborhood. Some of the things have changed. We've had different police chiefs in Slidell. We've had some different sheriffs over time and district attorneys. In other words, it's natural. We've been living here now for 49 years. When we lost the half-cent sales tax, it was a matter of time before we ran out of money that was undedicated. And we're at that point. And I just hope that when the time comes and we have to ask again, because it'll be for the DA, it'll be for our judges, and it'll be for a part of our sheriff's budget. And I'll leave with this. I can imagine, and we've got a good one sitting in the audience today, used to be our Slidell police chief, and that's Sheriff Randy Smith. I can imagine one of Randy's deputies or one of the city police officers around St. Tammany arresting someone. Maybe they were trying to burglarize a person's house or worse. And I see him going to the jail. We have to be able to pay a portion of that jail, St. Tammany Parish government. And then, what is our expectation? Our expectation is that you're innocent until proven guilty. But law enforcement has a lot of facts on what occurred, a lot of evidence. Can you imagine a courtroom that doesn't have an assistant district attorney prosecuting that person? Can you imagine a courtroom where we don't have a judge sitting on the bench hearing the case? And we have Judge LaBello here today. We have District Attorney Colin Sims here today. That's not what we want. We don't want more of your money than is needed. But, man, the people of this parish and all of the cities have always put public safety at a high, high level, okay? So when the time comes, please think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bender. Seeing no other council members wanting to speak, the first speaker is Ms. Gia Baker. I'm going to, Ms. Baker, if you could please step up, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Gia Baker.
I am a resident of Madisonville. I represent District 9 on the St. Tammany Parish School Board. I am also a board member of the Children's Advocacy Center Hope House. I come to you tonight, and I am missing the first part of the school board meeting because I am here to say that safety for our children and our community trumps everything. So I'd like to thank Councilwoman Ziden and Councilman Phillips for attending our breakfast this spring to have a firsthand look at what we do. We work directly with the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, DCFS, in an effort to get perpetrators off the street. So it is my understanding that you are cutting the budget of the district attorney, the sheriffs, and the judges, and the coroner's office by 30%. I beg you to, even if it means that you close parish government for one day a week, whatever it takes, bring it to the voters, educate the voters. We cannot not protect our children. So if children are not safe, learning will not take place. If you remember in your high school days, maybe your freshman year of college, in your psychology course, Maslow's higher order of basic needs. So the number one on the foundational pyramid is food, water, clothing, breathing air, caveman stuff. The very second foundation of his pyramid is safety. So without safety, we have nothing. Doesn't matter if there's fires all over the place. It doesn't matter if mosquitoes are biting you. If we do not have felt safety, we have nothing. So I am willing to, I know you all have worked tirelessly trying to figure this out. I am happy to help however I can in educating the public, whatever we need to do, however we need it to bring it to the voters. If we need to close a day, whatever it takes, I will happily do that. You know, in the spring, I went to a court case as a board member of Hope House just to support our forensic interviewer. And about 5 minutes into listening to that foolishness, I knew this man was guilty of sin. And consequently, he was, and the judge sentenced him to however many lifetimes. It was 2 of his stepchildren. And so sometime after that, the board of the Hope House got a letter from a parent that said, "Thank you for everything that you do. Because this man is off the streets in our parish, my children no longer sleep with their door closed and locked. They have moved the furniture away from their windows. They are learning to be children again." So whatever it takes, however it takes, I mean, literally, it doesn't matter if people get permits to build or not build. If the people that are here today don't have felt safety, it is science. We will not survive as a community. So I beg you, I plead with you, I ask you to reflect on how long it took the sheriff in New Orleans to respond to the special needs child who was missing. And 20-something hours it took the Cajun Navy to find the child. The child was eaten by an alligator. So I don't know if the sheriff would have gotten there earlier, would they been able to save that child, but 20-something hours is unacceptable. We do not have that in this parish. Our partners, the DA, the sheriff, our partners at the Hope House, we work diligently together to ensure that children are safe, because I'm here to tell you, I'm a third-generation St. Tammany Parish resident, and I am here to tell you that St. Tammany Parish has a dark side, and we are slowly but surely uncovering that dark side. And I beg of you to please do not cut these very basic needs, not once. Thank you for your time.
Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you for your work. And I did want to just makes a couple of things clear. The cuts we are forced to make on the district attorney's office and the judges and the jail do not include the coroner's office. It's a separate fund. It's being currently funded out of an expired millage through an existing fund balance. But thank you again. Hold on, Mr. Corbin? Oh, your light was on. Mr. Paul Seal? That's all right. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Paul Sill. I'm with the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, in New Orleans. I'm here to talk about a coalition that we started approximately 2 years ago with the St. Tammany's District Attorney's Office. We started a coalition to combat the overdose deaths that we were seeing in St. Tammany, Washington Parish, and Tangipahoa Parish. And we've had extreme success working together as a coalition, and I wanted to kind of talk about that today, the successes and what we're doing, to provide an outlook of what we want to do, what we've done, and really the tangible results and the evidence that I'd like to show today of being able to work with the District Attorney's Office here as a federal agency, and then also all the Sheriff's Office, all the police departments, and everybody coming together in the last 2 years to form this coalition. A big part of what we do, of course, at DEA is to combat the cartels. Some people think the cartels are just in Mexico. They're not here, but they are. They're in Mexico. The cases that we're working, which we actually have a task force officer from St. Tammany District Attorney's Office that's working one of the biggest cartel cases in the Southeast in DEA. And I say that because it's important for us to realize the overdose deaths that are happening here in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington Parish. When we started this coalition 2 years ago, was substantial, and we knew we had to do something different. We had to get together, we had to come together, and we had to form this coalition so we could share intel, so we could share targeting different people in the 3 parishes, and that's what we've done. So the number one thing that we do is cartels. The number 2 thing that we try to do is pinpoint the major distributors in Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany Parish, and target those, which we did. This summer, we actually arrested 2 of the biggest organizations in Tangipahoa Parish responsible for hundreds of thousands of fentanyl pills being distributed in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington Parish. The most important thing that, and my time's short, but I want to go over some stats real quick.
Go ahead.
But it's actually prosecuting the individuals that are distributing the poison in our streets. The fentanyl in our streets is causing the overdose deaths. So just real quick, I'd like to go over just a few stats to show tangible results of what we've done in the fentanyl overdose response team, FORT, and then the coalition that we've built with state police and all the other police departments in this area. To give you an example, St. Tammany Parish in 2024, starting 2023, had 120 overdose deaths. 2024, it went down to 117. 2025, it went down to 36. Not saying everything we're doing has to do with that, but I think it has a huge difference. It's caused these overdose deaths to go down. Prosecuting these individuals through this district attorney's office here for second-degree homicide is a deterrent to keep that from happening. But the partnerships together with all the law enforcement here, with the state police, the sheriffs, the police departments is extremely important. 70% deduction in St. Tammany Parish in 2025, which is very important. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your service and for everything that you do, sir.
Thank you.
Is that Mr. C? Next is Mr. Thomas Mitchell. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, my name is Thomas Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Advocacy Center Hope House. I brought with me today our Button Bowl, which many of you are familiar with. This represents all of the children that have come through the doors of Hope House since 2008. Of course, we've been open since 1994, but every time a child enters through our doors, we get on the child's level, and the first stop that they have is our Buttons of Bravery Bowl. And we say, you know what, buddy, we know it's scary and sometimes confusing to talk about bad things that have happened, but we want you to know that you're brave, and it takes a lot of courage. And we offer them brand new buttons, and if they would like to drop one of those buttons in this jar, and every single button that you see is a child that has stood at that Buttons of Bravery Bowl that has come forward and disclosed horrific encounters of child sexual abuse, child pornography victimization, child physical abuse, and trafficking. Every single button, the reason that I brought these today, represents hope, healing, and most importantly, safety. But not just safety for those kids, safety for your kids. Every single one of those buttons makes your kids safer, because immediately the district attorney's office and law enforcement that are here today have a specialized response that is the most professional, child-centered outcome to keep that child safe and remove that perpetrator's access to that child and other children. There's a specialized 22nd Judicial District Special Victims Unit that has recently been created that is now taking proactive measures to protect children and prevent these buttons from ever happening. But once these children disclose, we have an incredible team of wraparound services to ensure that that perpetrator is prosecuted. This year alone, we've had 100% efficacy with the district attorney's office and law enforcement collecting vital evidence in holding those offenders accountable. That's almost unheard of, and I'm so proud of that response. And these buttons are owned, the ownership of these children's recovery is most importantly their resilience and their bravery, but also the investors of the district attorney's office, law enforcement, and the judiciary that helps these kids be safe and help your kids be and achieve greater safety. So I just want to tell you, just imploring you, please, in any way, reserve the sanctity of that safety. Safety in St. Tammany Parish is a non-negotiable. I've been here for 8 years. I have 3 children that attend Woodlake Elementary. And when I pray at night, what do you pray for? The safety of your family and your kids. That's the first thing and the most important thing. And I'm asking you, please preserve the funding that makes this safety possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the work that you do. Mr. Laughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one thing I'd like to make clear, and I appreciate everybody being here tonight, is this is really the first public hearing. Last month, the administration submitted their proposed budget. We've had a chance to review it, but we still are here to have a public hearing to hear what y'all have to say so that that can guide us in our making of the amendments and changes to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laughlin. Let's see. Mr. Kyle France? Did I give you the card from the last gentleman that spoke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kyle France from Covington, Louisiana. I think most of you know that, I guess a couple of months ago, I had a conversation with Colin Sims about the plight that all of you are looking at relative to the fiscal cliff facing this parish. I recommended to Colin at the time that we put a group of people together, business folks together, to look at some 54 different taxing districts in this parish. 44 are currently receiving ad valorem taxes, none of which you as elected members of this council have any oversight or say-so relative to how those dollars are spent. None. And Mr. Bender, with all due respect, there will not be another tax passed in this parish. We are collecting enough taxes, plenty enough taxes. We have to look at ways to reallocate taxes, and that's up to you as the elected officials. All of these taxing districts are comprised of appointed members by you, with no oversight by you. They control over 91% of the tax dollars that come into this parish. We have all of these public safety folks here tonight. Number one priority in this parish is what? Public safety. We could talk all we want about how important public safety is, how we want to ride our bikes, how we want to be safe. What are we going to do? We cannot sit there and think that it's going to fix itself. Now, this group looked at one taxing district to start with.
we found that this taxing district spent $8 million on a lab unnecessarily. Colin Sims didn't spend that money. The mosquito abatement program spent that money. $8 million. $4 million for a helicopter. Why? Because they wanted it. Is it needed? No. 5 people on payroll making over $100,000 a year in the mosquito abatement district. All employees receive health insurance 100% for the employee and the dependent. Travel to Puerto Rico on mosquito conferences. On and on and on. It's not going to fix itself by itself. President Cooper, you and the council need to get together, work with the group that is volunteering to help, and make some tough decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. France. Next, we have Mr. Robert Hogue. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Robert Hodges, Superintendent, Louisiana State Police, resident of St. Tammany Parish, Mandeville, District 4. I'm here this evening to discuss with members and everyone about the importance of public safety and our partnerships with those in the audience today. Specifically, and Governor Landry has said it many times, public safety success is 3 parts. 1 part law enforcement, 1 part prosecutor, the DA's office, and the 3rd and final part is our judges and the judicial system. And if any one of those 3 break down or don't work simultaneously together and are not funded, then we fail in public safety. I also have here in the audience Captain Louis Collada, our Troop L commander. As a resident here for 22 years in the parish and a trooper for over 30 years, as you know, there's 42 judicial districts and the 64 parishes and several judges in all of those judicial districts. But one thing's for certain, crime has no borders in Louisiana, and things that happen in one parish make their way into another parish. Our neighboring parishes here in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Washington, St. Helena, the other ones in the Florida parishes, all of those affect what happens here in St. Tammany. And specifically what I'm driving at is if the other parishes who are not as funded, and I realize St. Tammany is the 4th largest parish in the state, something to be proud of. However, if they're able to find the resources and make the tough decisions to fund public safety, I request that you all do as well to help our district attorney, our judges, and of course our sheriff. It's incredibly important, as you know, when our troopers make arrest in this parish, they go to the St. Tammany Parish Jail. So it's incredibly important that they are funded with the necessary dollars to keep that jail funded for Sheriff Smith. Without that, do we just turn them back over to the public and let them go on their own? I don't think that's in the best interest of public safety. More importantly, we have various initiatives that we work with across the state. As a state police agency, unlike some neighboring states that have a highway patrol and a Bureau of Investigation, we're one entity. And so our partnership with the DA's office on several task force and initiatives, you heard the DEA, ASAC talk about specifically, those things don't happen without funding. And more importantly, they don't happen without the support of our elected officials that are in this parish. We need your help. We need help for the judges because they have to have the trials, they have to have the juries, they need to make the tough decisions with bonds, with sentencing, and of course, our district attorneys in putting together a strong case to ensure that those actions have consequences. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will fund public safety in St. Tammany Parish.
Thank you very much, Colonel Hodges, and thank you for your service. Mr. Bender?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with all due respect, I respect Mr. Kyle France. I don't know him well, but he's entitled to his opinion, and this is America, and I understand that, okay? However, I did not think that the chair would allow debate, okay, for the second time in a row on what's wrong with mosquito abatement district. And that's what we heard. No, they wasted $8 million on a lab. That's what we heard. Well, let me tell you, I can't wait until the rest of the story comes out, because then we're going to talk about our sister parishes who wasted the same amount of money on a lab and why. And believe me, the answer is going to be for the public safety of our citizens. Thank you for letting me rebut. Thank you, sir.
Of course, Mr. Bender, we will be having that at the Efficiency Committee. Next, we have our Sheriff, Randy Smith.
Good evening, council members, the audience, and Parish President Cooper. I am your sheriff. I've been sheriff now for 10 years, and I'm humbled and privileged to serve you as your sheriff. But we understand each year we go through the budget process, and with losing the half cent, it has created some problems, financial problems for me. You all own that jail. I'm legislatively responsible to run it, manage it, and make sure that not only my deputies that work there, 150 deputies, and the inmates that we house there are kept safe. We have to follow the DOC guidelines, the DOJ guidelines, and the Louisiana Fire Marshal guidelines, which we have done. First year I was elected, I got a consent decree lifted. Took me about a year, and we fought that, and we got that done because that was costing more taxpayers money. We're never asking for additional funds. Every poll I've ever run while in office or running for office, the #1 priority of our citizens is public safety. #2 is education. That's our children, your children, our grandchildren. I'm not here to point the fingers at anybody, but I'm here to challenge you and you, Mr. Cooper, on coming up with a solution or ideas on what we can do to continue to budget and fund the criminal justice system in this parish. Since I've been sheriff, I've had one carjacking. One carjacking. Imagine what that would turn into without deputies on the street, when we have to start making cuts, when I have to start letting prisoners out of jail, because that's what we see in New Orleans. We don't want that here. We're going to continue to work with all our agencies, local, federal, state partners, to keep crime a minimum. We have jurisdictional boundaries where the criminals don't. And if they think that we're forced with cuts and taking deputies off the street and letting criminals out of jail, they're going to prey on you, our citizens in St. Tammany Parish. So I'm asking us, and I'm in this group as well, these folks and these judges and the DA, we're in it together. But we have to get a plan and stick to it, where the voters will trust us, understand this need, and move forward and get the funds that are necessary to keep public safety and keep our citizens safe in St. Tammany Parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. Parish President Cooper.
Thank you. When I'm asked what keeps me up at night, and I've said this before, the #1 concern is restoring funding for our judges, our jail, our criminal justice system, district attorney. Since taking office in 2020, after the failure of the the half-a-cent sales tax that failed in 2018, the renewal failed, that supported these agencies, my #1 goal was to restore that funding. It was a half-cent lost. Councilman Bender mentioned it. Sheriff Randy Smith just mentioned it. That half-a-cent sales tax has put us in this position where we do not have sustainable funding for these agencies. We attempted 2 times in 2021 and then earlier this year to restore that funding. In 2021, we presented a 0.4 cent sales tax 0.4 of a cent as opposed to 0.5 cent what was lost to restore those services. We had business people, elected officials, members of our community joined together to put the proposal before our citizens in the fall of 2021. It failed. It was 0.4 cents, which was less than the 0.5 cent that had failed. Earlier this year, it was a rededication of an existing tax that would have provided these services with no new tax, a rededication, extended the term 25 years so that we could bond out road projects, so we could have 25 years, additional years for funding for our criminal justice system. That failed. All the time we're doing this, we're seeing other agencies, whether it be local agencies or the state agencies, raising their taxes, which makes it harder and harder for us to restore that funding. We are not cutting, the budgets that we presented are not cutting these agencies. We met with the DA, the judges, some 4 or 5 months ago and stated that we would only be able to fund up to 70% of their current budgets for next year because that's the money that we have available. All other money is dedicated. At the state level, money is dedicated. They've got the dedicated funds, and they can only spend it on what that money is dedicated for. We have the same conditions here. The only money that we have available is our general fund money, which comes from ad valorem taxes. We have the smallest piece of the pie of the total ad valorem taxes. Kyle France mentioned that. All the other entities get about 90% of the ad valorem taxes. We get about 10%. And we're not able to fully fund these agencies with that amount of money. So we too want to fund our criminal justice system, our public safety agencies, to the extent we can. And I appreciate all the efforts being made tonight because it shows that we're not crying wolf. We're not crying wolf. This is real. And they are emphasizing that to us tonight. We want the public to know this is real. And we are working to find another way to fund these agencies. And we're going to need everybody's help. The leaders in this room, the elected officials at every level, and we're going to find a way to do it. And I appreciate everybody coming out here this evening to emphasize how important this is to our community. We are funding to the extent that we can with the funds that we have available that are not dedicated in any other fund. And we will work before the 2027 budget to have an answer to be able to fund these agencies at the levels that they need. And we're committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parish President Cooper. Mr. Michael Henderson. Okay. Judge Vinnie Lobello.
Good morning, Chairman Impostado, members of the council, and President Cooper. My name is Vinnie Lobello. I am the Deputy Chief Judge of the 22nd Judicial District Court, and I have a few comments to make, and I want to try to contain a little bit of frustration, but this is deja vu. We were here a year ago doing the same exercise, talking about the same issues, and we are right back where we started a year ago. As you all well know, I want to kind of touch and remind you of the history of what we've been through over the last several years. When this came to a head and became a known crisis a year ago and 2 years ago, we worked very closely with the council and the administration to justify our budget to y'all and to spend countless hours going over our budget and subjecting it to your scrutiny. And I think that we can all agree during that process we've all come to an agreement that our budget, and our budget ask, by the way, as you all know, 92% of that is for our support staff. So everybody knows, and I know the council is aware, all the judges, we're paid by the state. Our salaries do not come from the parish. But our budget is almost entirely, 92.3%, our support staff. We have one of the highest volume of cases coming through our district, of any district in the entire state, and we are probably the most efficient judicial district in the state. And we do that because we have a support staff that is absolutely necessary and that help us conduct our business with that type of efficiency. We cannot do that without our support staff, and I know you all know that, and most of you appreciate that. But our budget is all our support staff, and we've talked to you ad nauseum about what is going to happen to the efficiency of that courthouse if we do not have that support staff. Talking about the history that we've gone through over the last couple of years, what I'm going to ask you all to please do is remember and take into consideration, we need a short-term solution to this problem, a stopgap measure so that we can survive. What we as a bench have decided to do collectively, we are going to exhaust our reserves so that we can continue to fund our operations and our support staff to continue to discharge our constitutional duty and the oaths of our office. And we're going to run out of money. That's not sustainable for us to do. You're cutting us 30%. We cannot sustain that. We need a short-term stopgap measure to keep us going, and we need a long-term sustainable plan and solution to this problem. We can talk about whether a new tax is the answer or whether we need systemic structural change. I have my own opinion. I voiced that to you at our last hearing. I do want to remind you that we spent a lot of time together, some of us, beating the streets trying to get support for this rededication when it was on the ballot. And I want to remind you the message was loud and clear to us. The taxpayers in this parish are not going to pay any more taxes. They do not want to do it. So I'm going to implore you, as we go through this process, we're exhausting our reserve. As a short-term solution, please look at your reserves. I know that we have different accounting standards that the governments operate by. Y'all have a lot of money in reserves, and the reserves and the level of reserves that you have are by policy, okay? Those reserves are for a rainy day. Guess what? It's raining. Think about exhausting some of your reserves as you're requiring us to exhaust all of our reserves just so that we can continue to operate. Please consider doing that. And that goes across the board for the agencies, District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, and the court. We want to continue to provide the level of services that we have been, and I think we're all in agreement in all the discussions we've had that that is the #1 priority in this parish. So let's get it done, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Lobello. Next to Mr. Michael Henderson. Mr. Henderson, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and proceed, sir.
Good evening, Michael Henderson. I've spoken before about the minimum fund balance. I'm going to read something from the Legislative Auditor's website. The purpose and focus of a business enterprise is making a profit. The purpose and focus of local governments is to take in enough revenue to fund its operations and to maintain a modest reserve in case of emergencies. I'll also read from the GFO when it discusses fund balance. A level of unrestricted fund balance significantly lower than recommended minimum may be appropriate for states and America's largest governments, cities, counties, parishes, and school districts, because they often are in a better position to predict contingencies, and it goes on to rationalize that. I've prepared a 10-year analysis of the financial position of the parish based on accrual accounting methods, based on the parish-wide financial statements, which are more representative of the financial performance of the parish than the fund balances that track, and they do it well, your budgetary constraints. It's basically a modified accrual cash basis. So I'm going to donate this to the parish. I've got numerous copies.
You have to stay on the microphone, sir, please.
I'm going to donate it to the parish free of charge. My point is there's two criteria when you look at the fund balance. Is the minimum balance reasonable based on a comparison with annual revenues and expenditures? And if it is, what about the overall fund balance? Is it, in particular, the amount over the minimum? Shouldn't the minimum suffice unless there's something extraordinary going on? So if your fund balance in total exceeds the minimum, then there's a reason to say we either need to provide more services and use that money, or adjust millages downward, but not to keep it in the bank, growing in the cash and investment accounts. And if you look at that 10-year analysis, you'll see that the net position of the parish has grown significantly. The unrestricted fund balance has grown significantly. And if you get down to the detail, you can make some adjustments, free up some resources, and address all the needs that I hear from the various departments. And I'd be happy to help you do that at any time. I offer my services for free.
Thank you very much, sir. Our last speaker on the budget is Mr. Colin Sims. District Attorney Sims.
I hope you guys have heard a fraction of what we do every day. Sheriff's Office putting their lives on the line, all the municipal agencies, the judges that listen to these cases and move things professionally through our system, the prosecutors and investigators that partner with all these groups to do things that's not done in most parishes in this state. We have an unheard of response to children that are abused. We have an unheard of response to opioid overdose deaths and the investigation into those types of cases and removing this poison off of our streets. This is Groundhog Day. I've said it umpteen times. It's very difficult to curb emotion when you're passionate about what you do. And I appreciate a lot of the people in the audience are passionate about the things that they've shown up for. I respect that. I do. You have a broken tax structure which handcuffs you where you can't respond, and I'm going to be very blunt, scared to death to do something about it. And I get it. It's how it's always been done. There's always going to be a winner and a loser. Right now, these are the losers in a tax structure, because I know none of you want this to happen. I know that. I know you love this community. That is not in question. But we can't sit here and do nothing. We went out. I get emails and messages from people over here that say, go do your job. Why are you looking at budgets? Why? Because we're getting gutted, and everything that we just heard is on the line, and it's not being solved. I'd be happy to go do my job as the DA and just take my budget, go do everything that we're passionate about doing, but that's not the hand that's been dealt. Not for me, not for the judges, and not for the sheriff in the jail, and not for that building in the Justice Center that you can't pay for either. And then we lose our DNA lab in 2027 potentially because your coroner's office runs out of money next, and we haven't figured that out. No one figured it out when they amassed $16 million, and no one saw that. Lost credibility. Before any additional money is asked for from these taxpayers, restoration of credibility must be restored. Otherwise, and we're saying, why are we here? It's not a debate. This is the reality of our budget. This is my comments regarding our budget, is that you are handcuffed and can't respond, even though I know every one of you would go through all of these taxes if you could and say, okay, we need to go sit down with these guys and do a little percentage here and meet and have everyone understand, shake hands and prioritize, but you can't even do that. It's broken, guys. It is broken. The question is, what are you going to do about it? We formed a business group. We're going to meet with them again, with 50 of them on Wednesday, and report back to where we are. Some of the smartest minds our parish has is ready to donate their time to you guys to partner, to be problem solvers. And that is what this point in our parish calls us to do, is be problem solvers. Yes, you're going to get angry emails, even from California. Okay? It's tough work. It's tough work. And I'm not going to debate the issues, but I'm telling you guys, if everyone thinks that we don't have a little fat to trim somewhere, you are mistaken. You are mistaken. Now, I don't like certain things. I don't like pests and all those things. I understand we have to have all services in this parish. But until you have done that book of work with those buttons, I'm not seeing someone get emotional about that yet. We got emotional about a lab. Where's the emotion every single day until this is solved? Do you know how many meetings I get invited to? Not many. You know how many meetings that I'm constantly begging everyone to attend? A lot. A lot. I know this is hard. It's not going to fix itself. I love this parish, and guys, I have enjoyed working with you guys. I really have. But we've got to change our tact and restore credibility to the taxpayer, show them that we're saving, show them that we're cutting, and then have a conversation with them with what we need. But the first thing has to happen first. You cannot go back to these taxpayers again with an ask that increases their taxes before you show them that we can cut in certain places. And I want to thank a lot of our taxing districts. I want to thank them right now, because a lot of them have come up to me and said, we want to partner with you guys. We want to look, we're all part of, I want to thank the fire department guys very much, if you're any of you in here. I've had many of them come up and say, we want to help because we're all public safety. I appreciate that. I would ask that everyone take that same approach. If you're a taxing district and you also live here as a citizen, which we all do, I'd ask that you reach out to our council members, say, hey, let's all dial in together. Let's all sit at the same table together. Let's figure this out together, because it's all important. This is our home. This is my lifetime home. I know this is many of yours as well. Raising my kids here, I want to keep it safe. This isn't like, oh, we want something. This is, we need something. And I'll end with this. You have to look at needs versus wants. That couldn't be more important at this point in time. Needs versus wants. Look around. Look across the lake to New Orleans. I really hope we never compare ourselves to what's going on right there, where, what are they trying to get, a $100 million line of credit? Or whatever it is? Your general fund is going to be $20 million annually deficient starting sometime in 2027 as projected, right? Imagine being flush everywhere else and having to get a line of credit for your general fund because we haven't figured this out, honestly, since I was working for Mr. Montgomery in 2018. It's the same conversation every year. Fiscal cliff's coming. Y'all aren't going to have your money. Imagine trying to hire and manage an agency being told every year is the fiscal cliff. Every year. Which is why I hold 14 vacancies. I've saved, I think I'll save $1 million this year. It's because I knew we wouldn't figure this out. If you were a prosecutor and every other office is fully funded, would you stay here and hope that it all works out? Or would you leave? If you've got kids to feed and other opportunities, would you be the last one at the DA's office before the lights go out? Or would you get out first? Now, you guys are blessed that you have a dedicated group of prosecutors that are dedicated to this place to help us and hope that we figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sims. Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, judges and DA. You know, there is, I just reiterate the priority that we have to have on public safety. And just to go to Mr. Sims' comment, I mean, we live next to New Orleans. I was born there. I love it there. I have to go there when I go to work. But there's a reason I live here. There's a reason I'm willing to commute sometimes over an hour a day, and that's not even what some other folks have to deal with. And it's because largely, I mean, we love St. Tammany, everything about it, the culture, everything, but it's largely because of public safety, and everyone knows that. I mean, New Orleans will always have a special place in my heart. I was born in New Orleans East, you know, but like I said, I have to go there all the time. But we know why so many people are moving here. People are moving here. They're not moving there. They're not moving to Jefferson. They're moving to St. Tammany Parish, and I'm on board 100% with fixing this structure issue. And really, what a lot of what that comes down to is we have to have elected oversight of tax dollars. And that does not mean, despite some of the arguments we've heard, every 10 years, every 15 years, just a millage vote with maybe a 10 to 20 or 30% turnout of voters. It means regular oversight because every one of us up here hear from our constituents every single day. And we need to have elected oversight because we represent the people. And no matter what we do, we have to figure out this tax structure issue, but we have to have elected oversight so we can be regularly following, as you expect us to, how your tax dollars are spent and make sure they're spent wisely.
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. Ms. Tanner?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
We still have one more item. I don't know if anybody has any discussion on it.
Oh, okay. Then
And I have Mr. Rowling on the...
okay.
Mr. Rowling?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we have the players in this room right now. I respect Mr. Sims, President Cooper, and Mr. Smith. Y'all all have been elected by this parish for years. I know Mr. Sims was just elected, just like some of us were just elected, but some of us have been here too. I challenge the three of y'all to come together for this parish to figure this out, game plan this. The citizens want it. We tired of not knowing what we need to do. Game plan together and bring something to this council so we can discuss it, debate it, and bring it to the people. So we hear you loud and clear. We have heard the same thing over and over from our constituents. And the players are in this room right now. And I respect each one of them. I'm sure up here we respect each one of them. You are our leaders for this parish. And we need a game plan so we can go ahead and bring a good budget to the people. And public safety is number one. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is ordinance calendar number 7964, ordinance to establish the 2026 through 2030 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Do we have any speakers on this?
I don't believe so.
Okay, seeing no speakers. Ms. Tanner? Does Mr. Henderson have a card?
This one's for number 9. I'm sorry.
Mr. Henderson, why don't you come up and speak quickly? You didn't have a card for this item, but you have to, I know you filled out several. Please, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and proceed, sir.
Michael Henderson, this is involved in capital budgets. As you may know, I've appeared before the council before, in particular about the Westwood wastewater treatment facility or plant. We don't know the status of that plant other than it's been kind of a problem since it was built, and the parish bought it in 2010 and has done, I think, what it could to address issues. But some of my neighbors are having health issues. I experienced a health downturn when they had that recent pipe spill. I think I'm recovered from it, but while it was happening, I was having symptoms that I've never had before. And then some neighbors can smell it and wake up with headaches in the morning. So that may be an indicator of hydrogen sulfide. That's one of the symptoms. And if you smell enough hydrogen sulfide, you can lose your sense of smell to it. So you could lose that smell of the rotten egg because it works away at your nasal passages. So I don't know if the plant has a meter that's always metering the hydrogen sulfide level. It may for the workers who go there and maybe work inside the plant. But our neighborhood is right in close proximity. The houses nearer to it, it's like a neighbor to them. It's right butted up against the neighborhood. And that's where some of the symptoms are appearing. So I would recommend in the capital budget to consider adding a metered system for the hydrogen sulfide levels to monitor it constantly to see if it exceeds levels that would impair health. Also, I would suggest, I've heard the alarm for years and years, and sometimes it rings indefinitely. I don't know the status. I'll call into the answering service, and then usually somebody will respond. But I don't know if it's a remote system that triggers automatically. It seems like today's technology, if an alarm goes off at a wastewater plant, it should immediately go to a pager or somebody in charge. So if that's not in existence, and I can't get a clear answer on that when I've asked, I would ask that that be added to the capital outlay or projects budget going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson. Also just like to add that, we have a lot of people working to help us. We know we're, like Mr. Rowling said, bring us solutions. Please also remember it's our responsibility to figure this out. It's our responsibility to take the initiative and work with these groups and figure out how to fund our most critical service in St. Tammany Parish. And let us not forget that. Ms. Tanner.
Now, may I close the public hearing?
By all means.
Thank you.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Corbin. Please vote.
Hold on. Okay.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, now we will start our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Smith? Mr. Rowland? Ms. Casabon? Ms. Seiden? Mr. Phillips? Ms. Tanner? Mr. Impastato?
Here.
Mr. Burke? Mr. Kugel? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Loughlin? Mr. Bender? Mr. Corbin? And Mr. Strickland? We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to our special items. Ordinance for adoption, ordinance calendar number 1, ordinance calendar number 7963, ordinance to adopt the 2026 operating budget. Ms. Tanner?
I would like to refer to the next meeting.
Motion to postpone?
Yes.
Motion to postpone, Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Phillips. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7964, ordinance to establish the 2026 through 30 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Ms. Tanner?
Make a motion to postpone to the next
To the
meeting.
next meeting. Mr. Phillips, Ms. Casabon seconds. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
And now we move on to our presentation segment of the agenda. President Cooper, you have the floor. I think we can let everybody come in, especially, do we know what they're here for? Because we can make sure we prioritize it. Let's bring the appeal people in first. Thank you. Sorry about that, President Cooper. Please
No,
proceed,
thank you.
sir.
They seem to, they're leaving the meeting to give more seats, but I want to thank DA Sims, Sheriff Randy Smith, the judges, Colonel Hodges, and all those that were here tonight to express the great need that we have to fund our public safety agencies, and we will continue to come up with a plan to offer to you all to solve these critical issues. But this is the part of the meeting where every month I have the honor of recognizing an employee of St. Tammany Parish government that warrants the Employee of the Month designation. And tonight I'm happy to recognize Mr. David Capano Jr., who's here with us tonight. He's in the technology department and was nominated by his director, Grant Black, who is here as well. David, come on up. Whereas David Capano Jr. joined St. Tammany Parish government in June 2022 in the Department of Technology as a Geographic Information Systems Specialist, that's GIS, and in December 2024 was promoted to GIS Coordinator. And whereas in this role, David is responsible for the upkeep, accuracy, and optimization of all GIS and mapping data within parish government, ensuring that information used by the parish council, parish departments, and the public is current, reliable, and aligned with adopted ordinances. And whereas David consistently develops innovative mapping products and services that enhance communication and provide users with a clear and meaningful understanding of geographic information, often anticipating needs and delivering solutions before they are even requested. And whereas David's strong work ethic, thorough research, and excellent troubleshooting skills reflect his deep commitment to his role, and his leadership and guidance are regularly sought by colleagues throughout parish government. And whereas his positive attitude and passion for his work are evident every day, and his contributions have made a significant and lasting impact on our GIS products and the clarity of information provided to the citizens of St. Tammany Parish, making him truly an invaluable asset and highly deserving of this recognition. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as President of this great parish do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of David Copenal Jr. as Employee of the Month, November 2025, and encourage all employees, council members, and residents of St. Tammany to thank him for his service and commitment to this great parish. Thank you very much, and congratulations, David. Did you want to say a few words?
I'll just say thank you.
Get a photograph. Over this. Do we have a certificate for this one? Number 4? Anybody got this thing? Congratulations. Number 5. And how long was your dad here? 31 years. Good. And you may have recognized the name. His dad, David Copenal Sr., is a retiree from St. Tammany Parish government after 31 years of service in the Public Works Department. A family of public service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the second presentation by the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee, Chairman Kevin Davis, regarding the committee's recommendations to the council is going to be postponed. We are not sure at this moment if it will be the December meeting or the January meeting, but as soon as it's known, it will be on the next agenda. Third, we have a presentation of certificate of recognition to Heroes at Home. Ms. O'Brien? We're going to come back to that one. Ms. 4 is presentation of certificate of recognition to Honey Island Swamp Museum and Research Center. That is going to also be postponed to the December meeting. The 5th presentation is certificate of recognition to Gonzales for donating ambulances to the St. Tammany Fire District. Chief, would you like to say a few words, please? Acknowledge what they did, and also I know it came to Fire District 3 as well as Fire District. You have the floor, sir.
I appreciate that. Hello, my name is Michael Geisler, Fire Chief at District 3. We service the area of Lacombe. We are proud to have one of 3 fire departments that provide ALS ambulance services to our community. It's a vital service that we provide to our citizens in Lacombe, and we're thrilled to be able to provide those services to Lacombe. With that said, we have 2 ambulances that operate in our area, and recently with one of our employees, Drew Russo, we were able to obtain a reserved unit through the Gonzales Fire Department. They actually donated 2 ambulances to us, which will go in service as a reserve. And what that means is if any of our other primary units go out of service for maintenance or other issues, we have another ambulance that can come into service and continue we can continue to provide those ambulance services without any kind of delay or gap in time. So we do recognize Gonzales, Chief Landry, and we appreciate their donations. We did take on 2 med units. We are working with Fire District number 11 to see if they're interested in that second med unit to also have a reserve unit, as they are one of the 3 ambulance services, fire ambulance services in our area. So hopefully we can come to some kind of agreement with them and they can take on that ambulance as well. But again, I want to thank our Assistant Chief, Mike Gilliott, Drew Russo, who's a part-timer with us. I want to thank Chief Langer with the Gonzales Fire Department, our Board of Commissioners who supported this action as well. And I appreciate all of you, our council, for recognizing us and recognizing the City of Gonzales and their fire department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate the hard work you do and the tremendous effort you and the district goes through to provide a huge service, the most efficient price possible and cost of the taxpayers. It means a great deal to us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Number 3 is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to Heroes at Home. Ms. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Well, I think the timing of this is quite opportune. I talked to Susan Brady here with Heroes at Home when they did a luncheon for some of our local first responders. One of the last times I was out there, We were enjoying a lunch with everybody, and later on, just a few hours later, we got a call that one of the Mandeville police had been shot. We've been talking a lot about safety. We are not immune to having problems in this parish. And the day I went to that lunch, I was asked to speak, and I did along with a couple of other elected officials. And later on, we found out Officer Vincent Liberta was killed. I want to remind everybody, this is a safe parish, but it's not perfect, and we do have crime. And having this conversation and this recognition on the same day is quite ironic. But Susan, St. Tammany Parish wants to recognize your organization, Heroes at Home, for their dedication and commitment to veterans, law enforcement, and first responders within our parish. Whereas in 2012, the Mandeville Family Reunion was conceived by residents with multi-generational roots in Mandeville with the initial desire to reconnect and welcome newer residents into the community over the Memorial Day weekend. And whereas the Mandeville Family Reunion sought to give back to the community by focusing their efforts on supporting the men and women who serve and protect, including military, members of the military, law enforcement, and first responders. And whereas the reunion added the trade name Heroes at Home to reflect their vision and to extend their support both physically and monetarily when the occasion requires for those in need. And whereas over the past 7 years, Heroes at Home has raised more than $100,000 to assist families of fallen officers, provide additional equipment requested by law enforcement and first responders, and provide resources and monetary donations to veterans' homeless shelters. And whereas Heroes at Home provides lunch for over 250 first responders at their annual Law Enforcement Appreciation Luncheon and serves as a sponsor for various events such as Night Out Against Crime. Heroes at Home provides numerous opportunities for the community to come together in recognition and gratitude for those who serve the community. Therefore, on this day, 6th day of November, I, Maureen Mo O'Brien, the entire Parish Council, President Cooper, and administration, do hereby recognize and commend Heroes at Home for their outstanding commitment, generosity, and continued contributions to the safety and well-being of our community. Thank y'all so much, Susan.
Thank you very, very much. It is so fitting that we were on the agenda for tonight on the same night where all of these topics are happening, and also showcasing some of our other first responder departments, and most especially also on Veterans Day, because that's what tugs at my heart the most. What began as a small committee to just ask the mayor, can we please have an old-fashioned Memorial Day picnic like we did when we were younger on the lakefront, evolved into an ongoing every year annual event, and then further involving into a 501c3 nonprofit where we can do that. And our goal, honestly, this past year and coming up is for people to understand understand what we do all year. It's not just about a picnic on the lakefront, which, by the way, is very important because we also partnered with Gold Star families. So we honor at least 10 Gold Star local families from St. Tammany Parish and close to us where, you know, those heroes have fallen, and that's what Memorial Day is about. We want to keep that tradition going. So we found that the name Heroes at Home is very fitting because that's what it's all about, and we're trying to get more sponsors and people involved in understanding what we do. So we felt that name would be more appropriate and getting some attention, and it's starting to work. So thank you for having us, and thank you for this honor. We're going to keep continuing to recruit people that want to help and want to join our cause, and we're going to keep doing it.
And President Cooper, would you come, like to say a few words, and of course take a picture with us?
That would be awesome. Thank you.
I too want to thank you for your efforts and your good deeds in bringing the community together in the city of Mandeville for generations of families and beyond.
The whole parish.
The whole parish. I, being a resident of Covington, a lifelong resident of Covington, we have smaller events, and we enjoy and we appreciate those organizations that bring the communities together for such great causes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Boy, you're gonna get
Come
busy now.
prepared. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks again,
Thank you,
Susan.
Maureen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brady. We certainly appreciate you. Next, we move on to the appeals segment of the agenda. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal. A 2-minute conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. First appeal is Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance Co., LLC, with Paul Marone appealing the Zoning Commission denial on September 2nd, 2025 to rezone .0253 acres of land, more or less, located on the south side of Oak Street, west of Lakeview Drive, east of Beach Street, being 38188 Oak Street, Slidell, from its existing L2 large lot residential district to an L2 large lot residential district and manufactured housing overlay in Ward 9, District 12. Mr. Marone. You have 10 minutes. Please state your name and proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Paul Marone on behalf of the appellant Vanderbilt Mortgage. The property subject to this request is an existing lot on Oak Street near Slidell. The property is currently zoned L2. We're not seeking to change the L2 designation, but rather we're asking to add a mobile home overlay to the property. There is currently a mobile home on the property that has been there for quite some time. So we're not proposing to bring a mobile home where one has not previously existed. Now, you may be asking yourself, why are we being asked to bring a mobile home overlay if there's been a mobile home on the site for many years? Aren't you grandfathered in? And the answer to that question is that we were. Your ordinances provide that if a mobile home is vacant or uninhabited for 6 months, then that grandfathered status is lost. And the situation surrounding this lot has given rise to that very situation, despite my client's best efforts. As I said, I represent Vanderbilt Mortgage. They originally had a mortgage on this lot and mobile home. Unfortunately, the owner defaulted, which required them to foreclose. The foreclosure process, as you may know, is not particularly quick. And in this instance, that foreclosure process finally concluded on July of 2024. And we finally got the sheriff's deed from the foreclosure sale in September of 2024. My client immediately, within about a day, ordered a survey and began starting to clean up the property and tried to have the electricity restarted in its name. It was at that point they realized the pole and meter were gone, and that the mobile home was not in a condition where it could pass the sewer inspection or the electrical inspection. So my client was required to make major upgrades to the mobile home so that it was up to code and that it would be able to pass all the inspections. That finally occurred, and we did pass all the inspections in May of 2025. Once that was done, we immediately asked to turn the electricity back on, and we were told the grandfather status had expired, and we therefore had to request a mobile home overlay. Those are the conditions, the unfortunate conditions, that despite my client's best efforts, bring us here tonight. So my client acted in good faith, did everything it could to bring the mobile home up to code as soon as possible, to navigate the foreclosure process as quickly as possible, but it simply wasn't able to do it within the 6-month period. I have distributed to you before and after pictures of the mobile home. You will see that there is a major difference in what the mobile home, the condition that the mobile home was in at foreclosure and the condition that it is today. The home is fully code compliant. It is much more attractive. The property and the home have been upgraded significantly. I would also point out to you, as your staff did in the staff report for this case, there are 8 other mobile homes on Oak Street, not just in the area, but actually on Oak Street itself. So allowing a mobile home to stay on a lot where it's been for many, many years, and there are 8 other mobile homes on that street, I would respectfully suggest would not be out of character in this instance. So I'll conclude by reminding you again, we are not talking about a request to bring a mobile home where it has never been before. There has been a mobile home there. That mobile home today is in much better condition, and the property is in much better condition than it was historically. My client experienced an unfortunate situation and was caught in the 6-month time frame that your ordinances provide for, but I ask you not to penalize my client for doing its level best to improve the home, bring it up to code, and improve the property, which it's done. I ask you to allow the mobile home in its improved state to be able to stay there, consistent with the other 8 mobile homes that are along this street, and that we be granted the mobile home overlay as we've requested. And in that regard, we respectfully ask that you overturn the denial by the Zoning Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marone. How much time was remaining? 5 minutes. You'll have 5 and 3 left to rebut. The other side has 1, 2, 3 speakers, so between you all, you'll have 10 minutes. First is Ms. Penny Schuler. Next, and please be ready to go because we have a lot of activity tonight, is Mr. William Cloud. After Mr. Cloud will be Mr. Clifford Schuler. Please state your name and proceed, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Penny Schuler. I've been before you all before for this same problem. I don't think there's 8 mobile homes on Oak Street that are lived in. Some of those are still left over, sitting on the ground and destroyed from Katrina, and he's counting those. We have come before this council before. There's been an ordinance not to put any more mobile homes back there in this subdivision. FEMA had recommended certain areas in St. Tammany not to have them because this area sustained substantial water during Katrina. The mobile homes caused a lot of problems. They were all destroyed during Katrina, and they destroyed some of the houses because they floated. They knocked houses off the foundation. One right across where this home was actually knocked all the brick off my house. They had to be repaired. I'm right across the street from this. And, you know, I really think we need to stick with FEMA's recommendations and not let this stay, not keep bringing these in or letting them stay. And we've had new houses put in the subdivision in the last few years. People are building, and they're not going to do it if we keep letting this happen. But time is money, and we keep coming back. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've been before the council about mobile homes in this subdivision. And if you let this one stay, just last year we denied a family from taking another home that was there. We told them no. Y'all told them no. So is it fair for this one to stay when the other family was told no? They should both be told no. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Schuler, please be ready next. State your name and proceed, sir.
William Cloud. I live on Ozone Street in the subdivision. I'm against the change in the zoning of right now we are zoned residential, I guess R2 maybe. And changing it to mobile home overlay opens many more openings for some trailers that have been abandoned. And that's not what we need. This is a nice area. It was recommended by FEMA that any property improvements should be on a permanent foundation with stick-built features. This mobile home that they're proposing on Oak Street has a cement slab. There are blocks stacked on top of blocks holding up this mobile home. Nothing's permanent. If anything happens like Katrina, it'll be swept off the blocks. I mean, we're talking a mobile home 9 feet in the air, just set on hollow blocks. No cement, no steel, no nothing. So, and it is strapped down, but I'm afraid that's not going to come a serious problem. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schuler, when you get up to the podium, please state your name and proceed, sir.
My name is Clifford Schuler. Well, I was back there for Katrina. I've been back there for years in the subdivision. The trailer that was where this trailer was put right after Katrina swept off, took a house, all the brick off of one house, plus hit my house. And it landed in the street, blocked our street for the longest. Actually, the only way it got removed, a fella here, a Newton Boat, I don't know if you ever heard of him, he actually had to remove the trailer because he couldn't get back to his place of business way in the back. But what's happening back there, I don't know where the count of 8 trailers come from, because they do not have 8 trailers on Beach Street. They do not. Believe me, I've been living back there for 44 years. There's no 8 trailers back there. We're getting tired of coming here. They're taking trailers. That trailer that he's talking about has been vacant for over 2 years. It's easily to find out. Just go to Clico. We had a storm, their pole come down. Nobody's been living in a trailer for years. For years. It was falling apart. The floors had to be redone, the roof had to be done, plumbing had to be done, everything, everything. He took a trailer and rebuilt it. And it's up so high on cinder blocks, if we get another Katrina, it's gone. And what's it going to do? Damage my house completely? I mean, it's getting unbelievable. I've been up here 3, maybe 4 times for trailers. It's getting out of control. We just had a fella build a beautiful home up front that's for sale right now for $300,000. You think anybody else is going to build homes back there if we start letting trailers come in here? It's crazy. We're going to go back in time instead of forward. It don't make sense. And I'm telling you, this trailer was trash, in my opinion. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Please stand by because you can rebut. Mr. Marone, anything else?
Just a few comments. The 8 mobile homes number was not by me. It was by your staff. It was in the staff report. So I'm just reiterating the count that the St. Tammany Parish staff gave us to the mobile homes that were there. As you can see from the picture, the mobile home is raised, it is anchored, and it is completely code compliant. All of the inspections have passed. All of the current codes regarding its elevation, regarding anchoring, regarding all of its systems are all compliant at this point. And so I would suspect that those regulations today are much more strenuous than they were before Katrina, and we meet those regulations. I would also point out that we're not changing the zoning. We're not changing it from the existing single-family zoning that is there. We are only asking for this one lot for the the mobile home overlay, and that would only apply to this one lot and this particular mobile home which you see in those pictures. So I urge you not to penalize my client, and I urge you to consider overturning the zoning commission and granting the mobile home overlay on this one lot on Oak Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mishuler or Mr. Cloud, did you have anything else to say?
Yes, I do. Because just last year, we had 2 other people who had mobile homes existing there that were denied. And now, if you pass this one, they're going to come back. So it's not going to be one. Because one of those mobile homes is still sitting there on the ground, destroyed from Katrina, never moved, never just rotting away, but they wanted to fix it, and the council said no. And then there was a contractor who had bought a lot with a mobile home. Now, he since has moved the mobile home, but he still owns the land. And I'm sure he'd love to put one on there. So it's not going to be a single outlet or a single person. I know what he's saying, and no, it's not. And that trailer doesn't meet international building codes at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring it back to the council. Mr. Smith, I see that you're lit up, but it is Mr. Bender's district. Do you mind if I call on him first? Not at all. Would you like to go, Mr. Bender? Or would you prefer Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
I just wanted to get staff to give a clarification on the number of trailers. Obviously, the people that live back there say no to 8 trailers. Mr. Marone said he didn't do the head count. Staff did. Can somebody share some clarification on the number of trailers back there on that street? Thank you.
In the staff report, it states that there are 8 legal non-conforming mobile homes in that area, so that's where we are. And I can read the report again to specify if it's on the street or in the area. I just didn't remember.
Non-conforming. Can you elaborate on that?
They don't have the MHO overlay.
And they probably aren't grandfathered in because they're not occupied, or they are occupied?
I don't know if they're occupied or not, but I can tell you there are 8 legal non-conforming mobile homes either in the area or on that street. I just have to refer back to the staff report.
Okay.
But they do not have the mobile home overlay.
Thank you.
That's why they're legal non-conforming.
Thank you.
Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me shed some light on this for the entire council, my colleagues, also for Mr. Marone representing his client, for the Schulers and the other gentlemen that were here. So I'm very familiar with this subdivision. It is approximately about 2 miles from where I live, okay? It is also closer to Lake Pontchartrain, okay? It is the last subdivision that is, if you wanted to say, the end of homes being built. This is the end, okay, in that part of my district. I have another subdivision that is off of what's called Coast Boulevard, and it is all mobile homes, okay? It is in a much higher area. It is not as close to wind-driven or water-driven. So to give you an idea, my home is 4 miles from Lake Pontchartrain. When Hurricane Katrina came, my home took 4 feet 1 inch of water. In all the storms, in all the rain events, with the Schneider Canal pump stations, I have never had anything close to my house in flooding. Katrina took the mobile homes that they're referring to in this area and knocked them all down. Floated some of them through the subdivision, okay? This is a very old subdivision. It's a lots of record subdivision. Before Katrina, there were way more mobile homes in here than stick-built houses. Now the total of stick-built houses, and so everyone knows, I went into the area a week and a half ago, drove every street. The number of stick-built houses is approximately 3. We also know as a council that we're trying to find more funds to remove damaged property, damaged homes, damaged boats, okay? And a lot of these mobile homes that are completely blown apart are because of Hurricane Katrina. When we get the money, we will get to these. And some of us have this problem in our district in a number of areas. In this particular mobile home, if you look at the first picture, it did not lose its height. It did not become a floating piece of debris. And then when you look at the second picture, and I went out and looked at it, the lot is about 100 feet wide. When I went and looked at it, there's a new home that the gentleman mentioned was being built. They're asking $300,000 for. It is up on the same block system that this is up on. Most mobile homes...
Ma'am, please.
Excuse me one second. Most mobile homes, as we know it over the years, are skirted, okay? If everyone can imagine that. They're skirted around, they're up some, not real high, and skirted, okay? I'm going to make a motion, okay, to approve the mobile home overlay, because I will tell you this. This is about the best looking mobile home that I've seen. It's properly raised. You can see from the damaged part of it that this company put a lot of money into this. And the only thing that happened is it took them more than 6 months to do it. It took me a year to rebuild our house after Katrina. And I had things flying around. We lost our roof. That was going towards my neighbors and so forth. So, Mr. Marone, can you come up here 1 minute, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marone, and by the way, for my colleagues and for the people in the audience, there is a for sale sign on the home. The grass was exactly like it is now when I went and looked at it. So it's being kept up. Do you have any idea how much Vanderbilt put into, in dollars, redoing this home?
I don't have the exact dollar amount, but they told me it was a significant investment to bring it back up to code and to make it look like you see in those pictures.
Okay. So I would say to my colleagues, this is what I would call a well-built home. A lot of money was put into it. If you drove through that entire subdivision with me, this would be what I would hope to see on every lot in there, with stick-built also included. This is a model for what I'd like to see future mobile homes. The mobile homes that were denied with my request of my colleagues in the last 6 years have not been this type of a project, okay? They were low, they were the skirted type, some of them were. Some people wanted to put mobile homes in there to rent out like crazy. And frankly, I wanted to protect the people who are here tonight. This will not hurt you. It's not going to hurt your property value. I don't know what they're asking for the home, but if they're asking $300,000 for the one I saw that was recently built, I would think they're going to ask $200,000 plus for this home. That would be a very nice improvement on this 100-foot lot. So I make a motion to overturn the zoning denial.
Mr. Bender, would you mind if Mr. Laughlin went prior to you giving your second?
Please.
Mr. Laughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ross, would you come up? I have a couple questions. And Mr. Marone, I have a question for you, too. Ross, could you just explain the kind of pinch they were in terms of timing? Like,
I mean,
how it works, like when a mobile home is vacant for a certain amount or without electricity, how do our ordinances work?
It works just like Mr. Marone explained. If it's all for 6 months, then you basically lose that legal nonconforming status. In this situation, I mean, it is a timing issue. They were working towards that goal. It's just that it was not able to be accomplished within that 6 months, which is our ordinances. That's why they're in this position today.
Okay. And then would you say that this area does have a problem with blight? Or maybe Mr. Bender would be the...
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as blight. Right. But I'll defer to Mr. Bender.
And then I have one more question for Mr. Moreau, not for you.
Oh.
Joe, can you turn Jerry on?
Did you want me to answer?
Yes,
Well, no,
please.
right now, you have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, and then that's for Mr. Marone. Your client was, how shy of the deadline were y'all on this one? Had it, or is it from when you started, y'all were already kind of behind the eight ball?
I'm not exactly I'm not sure how far we missed the
Right.
deadline by.
And then the other question is, so as the realtor, I'm going to ask this. They did the numbers, and it's to their benefit to renovate the trailer and put it back on the market.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then my other question is for Mr. Bender, because I know this is we're asking for an overturning, but I think we need to balance what's best for the neighborhood in terms of this might be a blighted property if it weren't renovated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague just raised a very good point, okay? And I appreciate that. If they had not done what they did, okay, we as parish government, who are still trying to find enough money to remove, okay, different houses that are damaged, mobile homes that are damaged, boats that are stuck out in the bayous, okay, and left. Mr. Laughlin makes a very good point. It would be looking like the one that's not the final, the before picture. Yeah, the before picture, okay? And frankly, that's why when I saw it in person and walked the property, I felt so good about this. I think it's a benefit to the neighborhood, and it's certainly a big improvement over leaving it for us to have to take the responsibility to remove these things. I congratulate Vanderbilt Mortgage for putting money into this thing, improving the neighborhood, and now putting it up for sale and keeping the grass up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Laughlin to override the zoning denial. Seeing no additional discussion, voting yes is to override.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, please. I'll allow one more comment because you did ask for, please come up, come on, quickly.
I want to correct several things that was wrong.
Please be quick, sir.
The brand new house is up on Collins. We have 6 houses back there up on Collins. Not cinder blocks.
Sir, speaking
Not
to the
cinder blocks.
microphone. And
We don't have cinder blocks. They're up on Collins. They built correctly. They stick built. The trailer we are talking about, that's not the trailer that was there for Katrina. That trailer did not withstand no storm or water. The one that did hit my house, hit their house. This is a totally different trailer, and it's been vacant for over 2 years. And it could easily be checked through CLECO, because it's been without electric for over 2 years. So I don't know where else it's coming from, but God darn, I heard some things that I just don't believe. I really don't believe it. I don't know what's going on. And as far as 8 trailers, there's no 8 trailers nowhere near on Beach Street. And the trailers, we got one in the middle of a street that's been there since Katrina. We got another one on the side of this trailer that they want to put there that's on the ground, been there since Katrina. It's all trailers that was destroyed by Katrina and were never removed, and the people just left them. And the trailer that they talking about, that even it was put there after Katrina. If you were to saw the condition of it, the money they had to sink into this trailer is unbelievable. If a storm comes, believe me, that trailer is gone. It's so high up in there, it's gone.
Thank you
But
very
I
much.
just wanted to get that out, that we do have more houses back there than trailers, a heck of a lot more. And they built up on pilings,
Thank you, sir.
not on cinder block.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second. So the motion is to override the zoning denial. The second was Mr. Laughlin. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Mr. Bender, you move on an ordinance? Mr. Bender, you move on an ordinance?
Yes.
Second by Mr. Laughlin. Okay, before we get into our next appeal, I'm going to ask anyone that's here for an item later on down the agenda if they could please step outside, because the appeal number 3 has 23 people outside that would like to come in. I would like to honor that request. So if you could please make room, at least 23 spots.
Still have number 2.
I'm going to go over number 2 right now. Number 2 is Stephen Williams appealing the zoning commission denial on September 2nd. Please keep it down as you exit. On September 2nd, 2025, to rezone 8.12 acres of land more or less located on the east side of P. Morgan Road north of Highway 1077 Folsom from its existing R1 rural residential district to a RO rural overlay and manufactured housing overlay to an R2 rural residential district, RO rural overlay and manufactured housing overlay in Ward 2 District 3. Petitioner is the Kinchin Group, Stephen Williams, owner Security National Partners. Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Proceed, ma'am.
Okay, this has been requested to be postponed. We're still in negotiations and talking, so I would like to make a motion to postpone. number
Postpone
2
till?
next month.
Postpone to the December meeting?
Yes. the
Okay,
December
motion to
meeting.
postpone, second by Mr. Rowling. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Do we know if everyone has made it into the chambers that is on the Lake Hill subdivision appeal? They have not? Can somebody please help get them in here so we can move on? We have a very long agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Who does this?
Wait a second on that last thing.
The author,
No, on the postponement.
Larry. We're going to go ahead and get started. Number 3 is Lake Hill Subdivision, LLC. Paul J. Maroon appealing the Zoning Commission denial on October 7, 2025 to rezone 20.81 acres of land, more or less, located on the west side of Highway 25 and on the north side of Bennett Bridge Road, Folsom, from its existing ML Low Multifamily Residential District and HC2 Highway Commercial District to S2 Suburban Residential District and Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Caswell, Mr. Marone, you have 10 minutes. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Paul Marone on behalf of Lake Hills, the appellant this evening. This property is 20.86 acres. It's located on Highway 25, just north of its intersection with Bennett Bridge Road. The property has extensive frontage along Highway 25. The property consists currently of 2 zones. There is a ML multifamily district zoning on 16.85 acres, and then an HC2 highway commercial zoning on 4 acres. The highway commercial zoning is all of the frontage of along Highway 25 by a depth of about 200 feet. The remainder, that 16.85 acres, is all the multifamily zoning. We're requesting to take all of that property and rezone it to S2 single-family residential. The property has been zoned since the 1980s for apartments for multifamily zoning. And the highway commercial zoning along the frontage of Highway 25 has been there for about 25 years. My client is asking this evening for a true down zone. We're proposing to take the property permitted for apartments and highway commercial zoning and highway commercial uses and convert it all to single family. Now, I've appeared before you many times over many years, and it is very, very unusual and rare that I would be here asking you to allow my client to have a less intense zoning and less intense use of that property than I currently have and he currently has today. But that is exactly what I'm asking you to do this evening. I'm asking you to allow my client to do something that is less impactful and less intense than the existing zones will allow. My client and his family have owned this property for a very long time. They want and need to bring the property into commerce. They're going to bring the property into commerce. We're asking you to allow us to do it as single-family residential and not as highway commercial and not as multifamily apartments. You're going to hear tonight concerns about impacts. You're going to hear concerns about density. You're going to hear concerns about traffic. You're going to hear concerns about drainage. I submit to you that all of those concerns are made worse if this property is developed under the existing zoning. Let's look at that. Density. Currently, as it is zoned today, if you say no tonight, this property, the ML portion, can be developed into apartments, and your code allows 225 apartments by code. Now, I will tell you, your code, you can't achieve what your code says because there are other factors there. But we have laid out a multifamily development on that site, and it's 180 apartments. That's what can fit on that site. In addition to that, we have 9 lots, existing lots, already subdivided along Highway 25. That is Highway Commercial 2. So you would have 180 multifamily units and 9 highway commercial lots. Under the S2 zoning that we're proposing, you have no commercial, you have no multifamily, you have 73 single-family lots. That's 73 single-family lots in a gated subdivision with a clubhouse and with sidewalks, as opposed to the more intense uses under the multifamily zoning and the highway commercial zoning. Let's talk about traffic. We know that there is significant traffic on Highway 25, particularly in the morning at peak hours. Well, if we develop it under the existing zoning, there's 54% more traffic generated by the multifamily than the single family. At the PM peak, there's 48% more traffic generated by the multifamily and highway commercial than the single family. No matter how you look at it, traffic is a concern. Traffic is made less impactful from this site if we're allowed to develop single-family residential as opposed to our existing zoning of multifamily and highway commercial. With regards to drainage, very unusual. This site has no wetlands, and this site is entirely in flood zone C. So we are not subject to a critical sensitive drainage area. We're not subject to sensitive wetlands. So we will certainly meet all of your subdivision regulations. We know that we'll have to reduce the runoff from this site by 25% in a 100-year storm event, and we can better achieve that and perhaps exceed that with the single-family development as opposed to the multifamily and individual lots of highway commercial along Highway 25. There are existing central utilities on this site. There's a central sewer plant and there is a central water well. We will be tying in to both of them, whether it's a multifamily development or whether it's a single-family development. Those facilities are owned by the parish through Tammany Utilities. We have met with Tammany Utilities. There is capacity there. We may have to put a pressure vessel for the well, but there's capacity both for sewer and water, and we will be tying in to both. In conclusion, I want to remind you, we're dealing with property that is already zoned for apartments. Allow us to take it to single-family residential. The decision tonight, in my mind, is very simple. 180 apartments, 9 lots of highway commercial, or 73 single-family lots in a gated private single-family subdivision. If we are developing it under our existing zoning, the traffic's worse, the drainage will be more difficult to deal with, and the density will be far greater. The impacts will be far greater. My client wants and needs to bring this property into commerce. He's going to bring this property into commerce. We are asking you to allow us to do it as a single-family development and not as multifamily, not as apartments, not as highway commercial uses. Under any reasonable analysis, the impacts and the intensity of what we're requesting is far, far less than what we can do under our existing zoning. So I urge you to overturn the Zoning Commission's denial. Give us the opportunity to bring single family to an area where multifamily is allowed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marone. The first speaker for the other side is Mr. Landon Parr. You all have about 20 people. Mr. Parr, please step up. After that is Mr. I'm going to try to honor your request. Or no, the first speaker is actually Mr. Matt Garver.
He didn't put it in
That's correct. I was supposed to go second.
Okay, Mr. Garver, please sit close. Look, you have 20 speaker cards. You still have 10 minutes, so let's please keep things moving along and also be respectful of the other people who would like to speak. Just so everyone knows, this is a stack of about another 40 people, council members, that are opposed to the project.
Can you tell him to fill out a card? Because we don't have.
You're going to have to fill out a card after you finish, sir. You have 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. Matt Garver. The property, as you know, is largely a rural tract. It is currently undeveloped. It is sitting in smack almost in the middle of Folsom, which, when you look at the surrounding properties, is primarily rural. It is currently zoned with the multifamily, but the issue before you tonight is whether it should be rezoned to S2 suburban. That's talking about 75 feet width lots up to 120 homes. When you look at the definition of S2 suburban, it references setting of modern urban density, convenience to commercial and employment centers. If we look at that definition in conjunction with the surrounding property, all of the surrounding property is estate-sized lots, they're horse farms, it's agricultural property in every direction. There is not a setting of moderate urban density. There's not convenience to commercial developments. It is not convenient to employment centers. A property does not fit the definition of S2 suburban at all. People live in this area specifically to avoid the medium density. And I'm aware that it's currently zoned for medium density, but I'll get to that in just a moment. The Planning Commission has denied the rezoning request, and we simply ask you to uphold that denial. You have to ask yourself, there are areas or there are reasons for review of zoning changes. Is it compatible with the comprehensive plan? Is it compatible with future land use? And the answer to that is no. This would be an island amongst rural property. It could serve as an anchor for future additional single-family home structures in this rural environment. Does it promote the health, safety, and welfare of the parish? There's no material change from the existing zoning. The existing zoning is moderate urban. This is the same. Does it correct any errors? No, it doesn't correct any errors. Again, there's no material change between the single-family and the multifamily. They both are moderate density zonings. Is it compatible with the zoning of nearby property? No, it is not. All of the nearby property is rural. These are folks that have moved out here specifically for that. Does it enhance or protect the surrounding natural environment? It does the opposite. It is going to increase the traffic load. It is going to displace wildlife. And then the other Planning Commission, the Planning Commission found that it was not warranted and simply denied this request. All we're asking for is that you back their play. When you look at the legal analysis when it comes to changing the zoning requirements, there's a presumption that the current zoning is valid, and that attaches to all current zoning. To justify rezoning, you have to overcome this presumption, and you have to show that the rezoning is going to have a substantial relationship to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. You have to do that with facts. Here, there are no facts. There is not a factual basis, and frankly, I think that in overturning this would largely be considered arbitrary and capricious because, again, it is a very similar zoning. It's multifamily. It's this moderate urban density. When you look at these types of cases, the public's view, the view of those surrounding the proposed rezoning is relevant. Out here, everyone in red, everyone you see in this room is an opponent of this. Their voices are all saying no. There's only one voice saying yes. So I simply urge you to take a close look at this, back the play of the Planning Commission, and deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Landon Parr. After Mr. Parr is Mr. Bruce Lowry. Please be prepared, sir. State your name and proceed.
Landon Parr. Good evening, Council. I live in the area. The residents in the vicinity of this proposed zoning change would like to preserve their current zoning, the culture, the viewscape, and the habitat of the area. Some like urban living, some like rural living. We have zoning in this parish which gives everybody options. That's important. The proposed development is completely incompatible with the surrounding rural zoning. We're R1 in the St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code, excuse me, states that we need to ensure, quote, that new development is compatible with the surrounding development in use, character, and size. This is extreme contrast here. It is not. Furthermore, the existing proposed zoning and the proposed development, if it moves forward, for this parcel would be incompatible with the parish's urban growth boundary policy. Everything north of that polyline, which runs east-west through Ramsey, Lake Ramsey, is rural. Everything south is urban. You have a parcel which is being proposed, an urban parcel deep in rural territory. Doesn't make sense. How did this undeveloped parcel receive and maintain a high-density zoning designation for decades since the 80s until now? The question needs to be answered primarily because this is an outlier. It's unusual, and we need to make sure if this moves forward, we need documentation so other developers that don't use this as precedent and justification for other developments in the area. If this happens, it may be a domino effect, right? Other developers will want to develop in a primarily rural area. The concerns I've just mentioned are very consistent with concerns that have been talked about and discussed at community meetings in other planning discussions in the past several years. For example, in '24, the commission denied an appeal to rezone an 8.62 acre parcel that was near the Waffle House off 25. That was primarily done because of traffic issues, lack of infrastructure in the area, and also incompatibility with the area's rural character. Also, the 2024 multimodal transportation plan, the North Covington Loop Road, which would have drastically changed this area, that was denied for some of the same reasons. It would have triggered zoning and population changes completely incompatible with our area. Looking at the zoning staff report, I'll reiterate some of the things that were just said. Primarily, if you look at page 1, we go from a rural classification in the 80s to an A7 multifamily district zoning classification. We have not received, that is, several folks who have asked the planning department the documentation on how that occurred and how it was sustained through multiple comprehensive rezoning efforts over the decades. On page 2, compatibility or suitability with adjacent area. Once again, we're primarily residential, and this proposed ML or S2 are both not compatible with R1. I'm going to give my other colleagues some time to speak here, but in sum, the proposed development is not in a suitable location. It's not in compliance with parish policies, codes, or plans, and if approved, will be at the expense of the existing community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Bruce Lowry. You have about 2 minutes left, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate talking with you folks tonight. As you see in the exhibit that I have placed before you, I hope, this property is completely surrounded by rural designation properties. That occurred because in 1981, according to those who were present at the meeting, the zoning, or whatever it was called in those days, was changed to allow this construction of duplexes and the highway commercial lots that you see in the drawing. What we see now is that the duplexes have had some success. The highway commercial has had very little success. And it seems as if now that we are being asked to, I shouldn't use the word bail out, but it seems as if the business decision to create this zoning that is presently in place turned out to be unlucky, unfortunate for the I guess the appellant's family, as it was in this case. And so now appellant is asking that the parish allow him to correct his father's bad luck, basically, as I understand this. I don't know if many of you, I think probably all of you, have had the opportunity to drive up Highway 25 and go across Bennett Bridge Road and then up to Highway 40, maybe over to Lee Road. This is the prime area of Louisiana horse country and cattle grazing land. It starts at Bennett Bridge Road, and we ask that it not be interrupted there. There are no subdivisions similar to this past Bennett Bridge Road. In fact, there are no subdivisions of any substance past Lake Ramsey. So whether it's apartments, which we don't think will be built, or the multifamily development, we ask that the zoning commission be supported.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marone. You have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With each of the 3 speakers, they had some similar comments. I mean, Mr. Garber said that the S2 doesn't fit the surrounding areas. We heard that the S2 is incompatible with the surrounding areas. We heard that the surrounding areas are rural. I will accept all of that, and then I will tell you that we are a whole lot closer to all of that with the single family than with the multifamily. The suggestion was, well, we don't have any subdivisions. You don't have any 180 apartment complexes up here either. And those are the options. Those are the options on the table. It was not a mistake to zone it multifamily. It's been zoned multifamily since the 80s. We would prefer to develop it as single family. And we ask you to give us the opportunity to do that. But we're going to develop it one way or the other. Mr. Franklin Kyle is the engineer. He's already prepared to develop it as multifamily. He has a layout for that. We don't want to do that. We want to develop it as single-family residential. I urge you to allow us to do that. There were suggestions that this S2 doesn't meet your code, or this property isn't consistent with what we see in the code for S2. You can't read that in a vacuum. You can't read that without understanding what is permitted today. We're not taking property that is required to have 5-acre lots and asking you to allow us to go to S2. That's not the request. We can't pretend that the multifamily zoning's not there. It is, and it's been there for over 20 years, for almost 40 years. Everything that you're hearing tonight is made less impactful if we're allowed to develop it under S2 and to bring single-family lots. We would rather do 73 single-family homes in a gated subdivision than 180 apartments and 9 highway commercial lots. We will do whatever is the will of the council, but we urge you to strongly consider allowing us to do single-family on this site. I believe, my client believes, that it would be better for the parish and for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marone. Okay, I don't know who would like to speak. Mr. Garver, whoever, please proceed. You have 3 minutes to rebut. Please, y'all got to be organized.
No, it's Matt.
State your name, sir, and proceed.
Keith Genevon, 14089 C. Gotti Road, nowhere near A. Thompson Road. Now, before I start my time, I got a legal question. I want to know about the signage that's supposed to be put out in front of this property to let the people know, because most of our neighbors never ever knew about this going on. So I'd like to have a legal question about the signage. There was never a sign on Highway 25. Mr. Marone keeps telling you there's 9 parcels of property on Highway 25. So there should have been 9 signs out on Highway 25. But they happen to have 2 signs all the way to the east of the property on Bennett Bridge, the furthest they can get them from Highway 25. They stayed up about 2 days. One wound up in the ditch, the other one wound up on the ground. Somebody drove one of them back in the ground. The other one is gone. I don't know where it went. But this isn't working for us because we had to tell our neighbors about this. And I talked to Ms. Casabon. She told me she's had some people here that was in favor of this zoning change. Do you have any cards from the people with the zoning that want it changed?
I did not see any, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what's going on legally with the signs? Y'all running my clock.
We're not going to address the signs. The clock is running.
How can y'all do this?
We're not addressing the signs. Your clock is running. I suggest you use your time to discuss your case.
Okay.
I would proceed on that, and your clock is running.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is Matt Garber here? Can you give us a summary?
Go after me. I'm going to say a couple things. Let's be real quick. I'll be super brief. I think the appellant certainly brings up some points, but I think, if I can speak for everyone here, I think this group will take the devil we know over the devil that we don't. If it was feasible to develop this property into a huge apartment complex in the middle of rural Folsom, it would have already been done. If he wants to put the property back in commerce, let's talk about a zoning change back to rural, minimum 5-acre lots that is harmonious with the surrounding property. I think everybody in this room would support that zoning change to allow them to develop this property and put it back into commerce. So I think that's the major issue here. We understand that there's the issue with the multifamily, but the reality is it doesn't fit the area. Let's talk about putting it back to rural, and then fine, you want to develop it into 5-acre lots, that's wonderful, but let's do it in accordance with the surrounding property.
I'd just like to repeat that It's been possible to do the 180 apartment units since 1981, and it hasn't been accomplished in those 44 years. It's an unattractive property for an apartment complex. It will be unsuccessful, I believe, just as has been the highway commercial property been unsuccessful for the most part, except for a Dollar General store. You all remember the Horseshoe Restaurant, I think it was called, or something. Winter Circle Restaurant. That was in business for a couple of years and wiped out, and everything, nothing has ever replaced it.
Thank you very much, sir. I have Mr. Laughlin and Mr. Smith. Ms. Casabon, would you like to go first? This is your district, or proceed? Mr. Laughlin.
I'd like to ask Ross a question. All right, Ross, good evening. So based off of the testimony we've heard, right now, as it exists, if we keep the current zoning, they can build that many apartments?
Yes, by right.
Okay, so by right, so that would not require the council would have basically no say-so?
Nor the commission.
Gotcha. Okay, so I ran some numbers with the Census Bureau. So if we go with 180 apartments, and you do a light estimate, that's 360 possible people who could live there with using an average of 2.6. And if we do 73 single-family homes, that's 190 people.
I'm going to defer to you on the math.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. So I just wanted to confirm that as it is now, they can by right build the apartment.
Yes.
And this is technically a down zoning.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of answer that question, why did this property sit dormant since 1981? Why didn't they build apartments? That almost made me chuckle. I've lived in Covington, which I believe this property is probably closer to the city of Covington than the city of Folsom or the town of Folsom. But with that being said, in 1981, what do you think the population in that area was? I guarantee you the demographics have changed quite a bit. The land is owned by pretty successful business people. They know when to sit on property, and they know when to put it back into commerce. They know how to make money. They've made money in Covington off of apartment complexes. They're willing to build an apartment complex, as they told me, because we don't need your permission. What we're trying to do is put what we feel would be a better fit than apartments. But I'll tell you this, they're not going to leave it there for the deers and the rabbits and the butterflies. They're putting it in commerce, and I know it's tough. Ideally, everybody like no growth, leave all the beautiful land as is, it's rural, and we want cows and we want deers. If you own the property, you have the right to do that. But if you don't own the property, there's only two options to consider. 10 years from now, when you live on your beautiful home sites, do you want to ride down that road and see what could be kind of a deteriorating apartment complex that had people that lived there 6 months to a year at a time, not really vested in the community? It's just a place to hang their hat. Or would you rather 70 families or 73 families that have invested their life savings into a house, a home that they want to raise their families in, get involved in the communities, take pride in their home ownership, and have it in a gated community? To me, if I lived there, and this is how I'm going to cast my vote, if I lived where in that vicinity, there's no question in my mind which one I'd prefer. And there's only two options. It's not, well, we don't want anything to happen, or we want one house on 5 acres. Those aren't options. Because they're not options because we don't own the property. Legally, the property is zoned to build an apartment complex, as you heard tonight, up to 180 units. And if you go develop commercial down 25, you're creating all kind of traffic issues, in my opinion. And I don't think you're going to get real quality type commercial businesses. They're usually going to cater to that 180 unit apartment complex. That's my opinion on it. And I find this, and jokingly, Mr. Marone has come before this council before on many appeals, and very seldom do I agree with you. Okay, I'll be honest with you. But you're right. I don't think you've ever approached this council with a proposition like this that says we're looking at reducing density. It kind of sets you back, because it's usually the selfish part of me realizes that if you own property, you want to go from R1 to S2 because you don't want to build one house on 3 acres. You want to build 10 houses on an acre. And I get it, and that's how, and that doesn't sit well with me. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a multifamily zoned piece of property that legally we can't do anything. We can't stop them. Now, they would have to get their permits approved, and they'd have to meet all the building requirements, but they're going to have to do that with 73 home sites as well. I know this, if I owned it and lived there, 10 years from now, I'd rather drive down that road and have a gated community with 70 families that I probably have made friends with and their neighbors, as opposed to a rundown apartment complex that's been there 10 years and maybe it's been sold to a different owner who thinks they can let it deteriorate and just kind of make money. That's how apartments work, by the way. So of the two choices, it's pretty obvious as to which one I feel is best. Thank you.
Mr. Rowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Smith pretty much what I was saying. Ross, you verified what could currently go in there, and I agree with Mr. Smith on this. And another thing to think about, because most of the residents I got emails from or calls from or texts from, I tried to either text you back, email you back, or take your call. And I appreciate your passion for that area. But Mr. Smith is exactly right on this. One thing to think about too, if the current landowner right now would just throw up his hands and say, I don't want to do this anymore, and put it up for sale tomorrow, you could have a developer come in and just say, I don't care about the single homes. I'm just going to build the apartments. So think about the option you have here. It's the lesser of two evils. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is right now. And Mr. Smith kind of laid it out very good over here. And again, it's the lesser of two evils. Thank you.
Ms. O'Brien.
Yes, I'm really torn about this one because I know a lot of people don't want it, but as I understand, they will build something. The owner of this property has the money to do it. When I was looking at the information about the septic ordinance, I noticed in the definitions, urban growth boundary. That means the boundary line marking the limit between the urban growth area and other areas such as rural and resources area where urban growth is not encouraged, as designated by the parish. And that's a reference UDC Chapter 100 definitions. So it's out of character for this area for sure. But my concern is that my understanding is something is going to go in there. And if it's not the subdivision, it is going to be the apartment complex. I'm going to tell you, I'm torn because and I apologize for people who called and I didn't have a chance to call everybody. We had so many calls and so many emails on multiple issues that are on our agenda right now. And I see some people shaking their heads, and I'm going to tell you, I'm torn. I'm really torn.
It's been 44 years.
But I will tell you, I was on the Workforce Investment Board for years and years and years, and they've talked about needing more places for workers to live. And as our population grows, there's more of a need for housing, and a lot of times that is accomplished with apartment complexes. So I just want to tell you, I've had a lot of phone calls. I have friends in that area, and I'm absolutely torn, but it's my understanding something will be built there. He can afford to do that. He has the money.
Ms. Casabon.
Oh, I thought you had Did you want to go first? Let Ms. Seiden go and I'll finish.
Mr. Corbin, I just want to make a couple of comments.
Wait, look. Okay, if you don't want to speak, then don't press your light, please. Ms. Side, if you'd like to go, go ahead. Oh, that's out of order. Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ross, I had a quick question. So I know this came up when I was talking about my district and apartments. One of the requirements for apartments is central sewage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there already is central sewage there, I think you mentioned?
That's correct. I didn't mention it, but that is correct.
Okay. So that's all I had for you. I want to say I absolutely appreciate the display of the opposition. I have not seen anything like this since I've been on the council, and you guys just knocked it out of the park. I don't know if how much you've been following things that's out in the parish for the last 2 years, but there is a very aggressive push for apartments in this parish. I mean, that's not, if you can listen to my point, there is a very aggressive push for apartments, and I in general, I don't support high density development in a lot of ways, and the idea that apartments are not going to be put where they can be put, that's just not the reality now. And I think a lot of folks think that we can prevent growth on this council, but a lot of times our role is just to control it. And I think it's absolutely, I mean, I'm known for opposing high density developments, but I think you're mistaken if you think that an apartment complex is not going to be put here, because we've seen how aggressive the push is, as Ms. O'Brien put, for high workforce housing and stuff, and it comes up every few months, and I understand you don't want anything put there, but I think it's a very real possibility. Like Mr. Smith said, you're going to get apartments, or you're going to get a gated community. And I can say for myself, I would prefer to live next to a gated community.
Ms. Tanner.
A couple questions for Mr. Marone. First of all, did I understand with the homes that's going in, the commercial will go away?
That's correct.
There will be no more commercial, and there'll be a buffer, probably.
That is correct.
All right. The other thing is, I had some calls, and they said, well, no, it's not 73 homes going there, it's 120. Is that a possibility, or is it between 70 and 75?
So it's, as I said when I talked about the multifamily, what the code allows.
Please keep it down.
If I could finish, Mr. Chairman. What they're referring to is in the staff report. What the staff does or has done historically is they will do a straight zoning calculation. You can have this many lots on that property. What that calculation does not account for is your streets, your utilities, your retention, your green space requirements, all of that. So the most you can get on this site is about 73 lots. You cannot get 122 lots. It's not physically possible with all of the other regulations and requirements that St. Tammany Parish has.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
one last question for Mr. Liner. I just want to reiterate, if I can, we have two choices. Stay as it is, or go to the 73 instead of the 180 that will possibly be built there.
Yeah, we'll go from multifamily zoning to single-family.
That's our only
zoning.
choices.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will confirm that the staff report does say 120. That's a gross density calculation, and we're actually going to be revising our staff reports moving forward to more of a net density, so it's not confusion with anybody.
Okay, and they've met all the requirements.
Well, so this
So
is
far.
straight. This is just a straight zoning change.
So
it's just
we still
two
have to go
options:
through all the permits.
as is, or move to single-family residential.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to tell folks from this area, okay, my district is in Slidell, and from the middle of Slidell south. So I'm not as familiar with your area naturally as y'all are. So I called Mr. Marone. I spoke with Mr. Marone briefly about this, just to kind of get an understanding of the lay of the land. And after that, I called Ms. Casbon, okay? And got her to, I didn't ask her what she was going to support. I just asked about, this is what is proposed, and as far as what's out there, okay, what's already in place and so forth, I got some information from her. So I would just tell you this. I'll give you a great example. I have in my district 2 beautiful subdivisions, okay? And right across the street, I have 3 of the most massive apartments that you'll ever see in St. Tammany Parish. Because we don't build apartments 150 feet tall. We have a height regulation, but a lot, right across the street from 2 beautiful subdivisions. But I also have 7 gated subdivisions in my district. They've been there for 25, 30 years. They've remained beautiful. They keep them up. And a big benefit to it is that they're paying dues and everything to keep all of their property up. They have to handle what they build in a gated subdivision. The parish does not go in there and handle it for them, and they keep it up. So that's all I want to say. I'm not going to tell you what you should choose, but my preference is single family in general over apartments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Council members, it's 8:30 and we still have a very long agenda. Just please take that in consideration with your comments. Mr. Corbin.
No, push the talk again.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. It really is a testament to your area that you're showing up, and I know that this is not an easy decision, and I guess I just wanted to reiterate what some of the other council people have said. If I had to choose between 2, for the apartment or for the subdivision, I would absolutely choose the subdivision if it was my area, if I lived there. And because of less traffic, people are invested, et cetera, et cetera. But also, I think your attorney is misinformed about the apartments not being built. I've seen the plans, and I've met with the developer, and I know he will build these. So I just don't want you guys to think that this is just a threat. It is not a threat. It is imminent. And so that is why I would like to see single-family homes. We also just got a housing study back that we've been working on for the last 3 or 4 months. And I think these homes are going to be between, I think Paul can, I don't know, Paul, if you know, but I think they're going to be around $250,000 to $270,000. And so we are in desperate need of this type of home in this price range. And so I'm going to let Councilman Corbin, he has had a chance to look over the housing study. I've not had a chance to look over it yet to see the findings, but I understand that we are in desperate need of this type of housing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilwoman Seiden. I will iterate, I did participate with the draft report was reviewed last week. I said it on the review. The report was drafted and the study was undertaken to understand what the housing needs are in St. Tammany Parish and where they might best be located. There is a dearth of apartments and there is a dearth of single-family starter homes in St. Tammany Parish that are under huge demand. If you go talk to the hospital system will tell you that some of the hospitals and some of the wings of some of the hospitals are not operating at full capacity because they cannot get enough people, local workers, to go live in those homes. They come in, they go to work, they stay 9 months, get trained, and then they move because they get tired of the commute. These homes are targeted, it seems to me, to go match that need. And this number is not going to come close to the need that's defined in the report that we're currently reviewing. It's going to provide it back to us from our consultants. So I do agree with my peers. I think that I've been up to Folsom. I go to the Giddy Up almost every month. so I'm very familiar with the area. I drive through it every time I go up there for that, and I understand I appreciate how you feel. I don't live there, but I do appreciate how you feel, and I understand that. It's a beautiful part of our parish, but unfortunately, it's zoned, and if you've given those two choices, I have to concur with most of my peers that a gated community is a much better option than a bunch of apartments.
Okay, Ms. Caswell, you want to turn your light on? I would like to add that I feel for you all. I respect your passion. I understand you want to maintain your way of life. I know you've seen all this growth in St. Tammany Parish, and I hate it for you. What I would like to highly recommend is that you get with your council person and you evaluate the balance of the vacant property zone in your district, so you're not going to end up in this situation before. I highly recommend that, because if it would have been done before, you wouldn't be in a situation now. Ms. Casabon.
Yes. I have evaluated after this incident that we have no more land that would be developed into subdivisions. They can do minor subdivisions, but that's another day. I'd like to address some of the questions that you had, Mr. Keith. Your questions about the signs and stuff. They were on Bennett Bridge. I did see one. My first one I saw was on 25. But what we do is, I saw it at one time. I saw it first. It might have disappeared. But what we do as a parish is we send letters, certified letters, to the residents that live around. I know Miss Linda Booth got one because she called me and I explained the situation. So I do know that's one of the things we do. Then we also will do hangers. That is for just the people that are surrounding this, and of course I guess the duplex people, they probably didn't get one, and then we have the church on that side. But I do know that we made notifications to the people that surround this property as such. This is a little history real quick. I know we've been here a long time, but when y'all, I know that you feel this is not suitable. It's not. We are rural. It's just, we're not used to this, but the fact is in the 80s that this family bought this property. I do know when I researched, when they put it was all considered R rule, which in R rule, you could do duplexes. I think I remember Mr. Talley sued this family to keep those duplexes out of the area. He lost because of the zoning. The zoning was R rule, that was accepted. So that's how this whole lot of 20 acres, when we did the comprehensive rezoning, which we put the 5 acres or larger and that sort of thing to protect our communities more by putting in certain zoning classifications. Because of the duplexes, that made this one multifamily, which we now call M1, a low density, in which he also did the commercial lots on this. That's just a little of the history. I'm trying to answer any other questions, but as my colleague said, it's coming. I know I have been asked as the council person to call his bluff. He's not going to do this, but I know for a fact that something's going to go there. So I'm going to make a motion to overturn the denial of the zoning of this M1 and highway commercial to S2.
Motion, Ms. Casabon, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Now make a motion.
Ms. Casabon, introduce an ordinance, second by Ms. Tanner.
Yes.
Please exit quietly. Next, we're going to move on to the appointment segment of the agenda. Before I say that, I would like to mention, I forgot to mention it earlier, that Mr. Burke is on his 30-year anniversary. He's in Hawaii. That is the only reason he cannot attend our meeting tonight. We wish him a happy anniversary and a safe trip. For the appointment segment of the agenda, number one is please exit quietly. Is a resolution to appoint Carl James to fill a vacant seat. Board member has resigned from the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 7. Mr. Kugel, motion by Mr. Kugel, second by Ms. Tanner. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 2 is a resolution to appoint Larry Dupree to fill a vacant seat. Board member has resigned from the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Fire Protection District Number 6. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote. Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Tanner, what was your vote? You can say it.
Yeah.
With a verbal yea from Ms. Tanner, the motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 3 is a resolution to appoint one member to fill a vacant seat on the St. Tammany Parish Planning and Zoning Commission. Remember, you can nominate members that are in the reserve, the name escapes me, alternate members to fill the permanent spot. Do we have any? The floor is open for nominations. First, we have Mr. Corbin.
Yeah, I would like to nominate Mr. Harold Barrios, who is currently serving as an alternate.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Mr. Phillips.
I'd like to nominate Suzanne Crow. She was on the committee back about 10 or 15 years ago, and she'd like to serve again. So Suzanne Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Strickland.
I'd like to nominate Deborah Williams. Miss Deborah Williams.
Deborah Williams. Now, everyone, please remember, if whoever is nominated this time, there will still potentially be an alternate seat available still for the next month. So that is all the nominations. We don't have to close it, do we? Do we have a motion to close it? I get a motion to close the floor for nominations, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote to close the floor for nominations.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 4 is a resolution to appoint Clerk of Court Jessica Jenkins Brewster with Lance Roquette as her designee to fill a vacant seat. Board member has resigned from the Board of Commissioners for the Geographic Information System. We get a motion. Ms. Kazenbaum, second by Ms. Tanner. Is there any discussion? Let's please vote.
And that motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Before we move on, Ms. Barkel, is there anyone out there that needs to come in and sit? Okay. We'll move on to the consent calendar, or the segment of the agenda. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by 1 vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council, 8, is required to adopt the consent calendar. Items we are going to pull are number 1, ordinance calendar number 7979. Number 2, ordinance calendar number 7980. Number 3, ordinance calendar number 7981. Number 4, ordinance calendar number 7982. Number 5, ordinance calendar number 7983. Number 20, ordinance calendar number 7998. Under resolutions, we have number 13, Resolution Council Series number C-721. C-7216. Number 12, C-7125. I have 7125 here. 7215. Okay. Number 12 was 7215. Number 7, is that correct? 7210. Number 7 is C-7210. And number 25, C-. Is that wrong?
That's an ordinance.
Never mind.
We have a whole list of cars.
Okay, let's go through the council. Mr. Smith, you have anything you'd like to pull?
You did say 7215, right?
Yes. Mr. Rowland? Ms. Kazenbaum? Ms. Seiden? Mr. Phillips?
No.
Ms. Tanner?
No.
Mr. Corbin?
Nope.
Mr. Kugel?
So you did number 27998?
Yes, sir. Ms. O'Brien?
Resolution, Council Series 7212, number 9.
It's on the list.
Okay.
You called in 7206, but that's number 3 in the count.
I never said 7206. I don't have it written down. I said 7216. Mr. Laughlin?
No, sir.
Mr. Bender?
No, sir.
Mr. Strickland? Madam Clerk, was there anything else?
Yes.
What did we miss?
All of these.
Are these finance ordinances?
No, they're multiple different ordinances.
Okay, y'all get your pens ready. Okay, ordinance calendar number 7980.
You already called these. These right here.
I'm sorry. Number 9, ordinance calendar number 7987. Number 12, ordinance calendar number 7990. Number 18, ordinance calendar number 7996. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 7997. Number 24, ordinance calendar number 8002. Number 25, ordinance calendar number 8003.
That's it. You called those.
And we got all the resolutions? You gotta have to help me because this is pretty much the whole agenda. I don't remember. Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the consent calendar? Unless is moved by Mr. Laughlin, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, number 1 is moratorium ordinances. Ordinance calendar number 7979, ordinance to extend for the 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction or placement of building structures on property within Avery Estates, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
This will be very quick. This will be our last time for this moratorium. This is the area that the parish is currently buying out these properties, and excuse me, that project, that effort will be complete by the end of December, and therefore this will close, and the next time we will not have this. Thank you.
Okay, get a motion, Mr. Corbin? Second, Mr. Laughlin?
No vote.
No need to vote, it's only introduction. Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7980, ordinance to extend for an additional 6 months the moratorium on the opening of new streets in Angelic Estates, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, I'd like to extend that moratorium, and we're working on some drainage issues that are up the road from there by 11th Street and that, so yes.
Okay, motion, Mr. Phillips, second, Ms. Seiden. Thank you. Number 3 is ordinance calendar number 7981, ordinance to extend for a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision and/or rezoning of property under the assurance of permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by Interstate 12, Highway 59, Sharp Road, Highway 190, being a portion of the Little Creek, Ponchatoula Creek Bayou, Tetlores, and Bayou Chinchuba Drainage Basin, Ward 5, District 5. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, we'd like to extend that moratorium, and we're currently looking at some properties that we have voted on to purchase, but that hasn't gone through yet, so we're waiting to hear. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Phillips, second by Ms. Tanner. Number 4 is ordinance calendar number 7982, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on issuance of building and conditional use permits for the construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion of the unincorporated town of Alton Subdivision, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Strickland. You have to justify it, sir.
He needs to turn on his mic.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Strickland. Bear with me. Proceed.
After some studies with some drainage and stuff, we're still working on as far as to move on to change it.
Okay, still working on some drainage. Motion, Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Laughlin. Thank you, sir. All right, Katrina, number 5. Number 5 is ordinance calendar number 7983, ordinance to extend for the 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning and Planning Commissions for the rezoning or re-subdivision of property under the assurance of permits for construction or placement of any building structures on the property south of Interstate 12, north of Highway 190, west of Highway 11, and east of Precinct S19, boundary line within the unincorporated boundaries of Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Strickland.
Yeah, still evaluating some drainage issues in there and water.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Laughlin. Katrina, which one is next? Number 9. So 6, 7, 8 are all not touching. Number 9, finance ordinance. Ordinance calendar number 7987. Ordinance to amend the 2025 operating budget number 17. We have one speaker, Mr. Michael Henderson. Mr. Henderson? Mr. Henderson, please state your name, and you have 3 minutes, sir. What's the next one?
Michael Henderson. I was here at the Finance Committee meeting when this amendment was discussed and made some points about the minimum fund balance, one of my issues. And there was a discussion about this fund being cash basis or close to a cash basis. So I went through the fund and I looked at the beginning balances and I did a cash analysis. And even with the $200,000 of net revenues and $2,000,004 of expenditures year to date, the fund had adequate cash, according to the information I have, that it wasn't going to be in trouble with fund balance. There was some discussion about tax revenue. I went to the sheriff's financial statements and I've looked at your disclosure on your financial statements, and you get $45 million a year. I assume it's 98% collectible over time. A lot of it's from residences with people who own homes with mortgages, and as you know, it's paid through escrow. So I would imagine January and February are the largest month of receipts. And you could ask a question from your finance people, what's the cash balance and investment balance of that fund, but nobody asked. So I would estimate that year to date, as of end of October, net cash and investments was around $2 million or 1.9. So what goes also dovetails in with the point about the minimum fund balances and looking at those. You started with 4.2 million, and even with a loss, you still had a healthy fund balance. So I would seriously suggest you look at every fund balance on every fund, whether it's dedicated or not, because if you think through it, if you can lower taxes, I pay $3,000 a year on property taxes, roughly. I don't care how you break it down. So if you lower the millages on other special funds and increase the millage on your general fund, and I'm still paying $3,000 a year, it doesn't matter to me. So my suggestion is reduce the fund balances in every fund and then reallocate the millages so you can fund your general fund better and address the needs that you've heard this evening and future needs. That's all I wanted to say. And I have a schedule if anybody in finance wants to look at my work and can tell me where I'm wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Laughlin?
Annie, if you would, I'm just going to repeat the same question I asked you at agenda review. Didn't we last year reduce the fund balances lower than you're comfortable with?
Yes, we did in the general fund. What I would like to address here is that all of our funds, with the exception of the general fund, are dedicated. They are restricted based on the tax propositions approved by the voters for the majority of the special revenue funds that we have. So we cannot just reallocate funds between funds without a rededication vote by the voters. So we cannot reallocate funds between those funds, nor can we borrow funds from one fund to another to pay for expenditures within a fund. And yes, he is actually accurate on his calculation of the cash in animal services. We are currently at about $1.8 million at September, October, and so he's very close in his analysis. So we spend about $300,000 per month in that fund. So by the end of the year, we will be close to about right over $1 million in that fund. So yes, we will have some residual funds there, but if anything was to happen during the year, if we had an emergency of any sort, then we would have needed those funds. There could be anything that happens during the year. And so that is why you have a minimum fund balance, is because there could have been anything that happened that would require those funds. In addition to that, we live in southern Louisiana. We are prone to hurricanes. There could be any kind of event that stops taxes from being paid at any given point in time. Yes, we will collect taxes in January, February. Those are the biggest months. We do collect about 95% within January, February, March. And then we'll collect a trailing 3% between April through November for the rest of the year.
And one follow-up question. The only money that we have discretion over is the general fund.
Yes,
which
that
is
is-
funded by the alimony.
Yes, that is
primarily.
correct.
And how much do we collect per year? I think last year was 7.5.
Yes, that's correct. It's about $7.5 million.
So out of all the taxes collected by the sheriff, the only thing that you have discretion over that we can move around is $7.5 million. But unfortunately, we have to pay for everything out of that $7.5 million, including the district attorney and the all the other state mandated agencies. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, we had a motion, Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Phillips. Please, no voting, I'm sorry. Order is introduced. Number 12, ordinance count number 7990, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 29, animal service capital projects. Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson, if you could stay close, I have another comment on this one. If you could sit closer so you could get to the podium a little bit quicker, I would appreciate it.
I didn't realize I had another card on. This is what, on the capital expenditures?
This is on animal service capital projects.
Oh, is this about the HVAC work? Okay. My only point was, I saw the total cost of it, and I'm not in that field and haven't been in the field, but I just looked up the size of the building, and I couldn't get an accurate number. It said 10,000 square feet. So I just divided 10,000 square feet into the total cost, and it came up $40 per square foot. Now, maybe the building is a lot larger. The 10,000 might be just the ground floor. I'm not familiar. I haven't had the pleasure to be out there. It's in Lacombe, I believe. So my question would be, before it was approved, to get a little more detail about the size of the building, and is it within the range per square foot of a typical job like that? And at the committee hearing on this, there was a discussion about changing, I think, ductwork and have it like double layered and maybe impenetrable, and maybe rats were infiltrating on the old system. I'm not sure of the details, but I was wondering if any exploration of pest control was done to see, rather than spend a complete overhaul of the ductwork at high cost, whether just controlling pests, rats in particular, would be something to be considered before an investment of that size, particularly if it's out of the range. But I'm sure the people who bid on the work and put the work out for bid would know more than me, but that's just my reaction from reading the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzmaurice. Is Mr. Bremer here? Would anybody like to comment on the questions? Thank you. All right, it sounds like you're providing air conditioning for rats. Please hurry up.
Yes, we're providing air conditioning. Yes, there has been exploration into pest control. We also have, we've also even released some barn cats, some feral cats onto the property to try and help with that rat problem. The problem is that the infrastructure and ductwork and the HVAC units are all 17 years old. They're aged out. It's costing us more in maintenance. And one of my big concerns is getting a contract with another maintenance company, because right now we're kind of doing it month to month. Nobody wants to work on it anymore because it's literally pieced together with tinfoil. So that's why we're doing this upgrade, and that's we're trying to make it better, make it more useful. The facility is very large. I don't have the exact square footage on the facility. I can get that though. But the amount of air that needs to be moved through, the damage that animal hair can do to HVAC units, the dander, the chemicals that we use in there for cleaning and sanitation, all of those things have factors into why we're trying to upgrade the current systems.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion. Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Seiden. Next is number 18, Civil Division Ordinance to establish the annual salary of the coroner of St. Tammany Parish pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 135773. Only one speaker?
Yes.
Dr. Christopher Tape. Is Dr. Tape here?
Yancy has a card that says.
We have a card for Dr. Tape. Is Dr. Tape here to speak, Mr. Yancey?
He's on his way.
Mr. Yancey,
I'll step out for just a second. Which one are we on?
we're on a resolution to set the salary for the coroner, sir. And we have to move along with our meeting, so if he's not here, we're going to go ahead and move
I'll be
forward.
glad to speak on his behalf.
Proceed. State your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yancey Garan, Chief Operations for St. Tammany Coroner's Office. Dr. Tape is an elected state official, and I believe he is, just like the district attorney and the sheriff, his salary is set by a state statute, which is an average between the sheriff, the clerk of court, and the assessor. So being he's a state official and it's a state agency, I think we all find it confusing that you want to pass a local parish ordinance to regulate the coroner's office. So I believe that's what he would be getting. And plus, I know one thing, Dr. Tape worked for the St. Tammany Parish Coroner's Office as the chief forensic pathologist, making $300,000 a year. And he took a huge cut in pay to become the coroner, which is now about $185,000 a year. So he could have continued to be the chief forensic pathologist and made a lot more money. But he chose to do what he feels best to fight for this parish and make this a great coroner's office. And I think he's done a great job, and he's doing a good job in managing his funds. So I hope I spoke well for him, and I get to keep my job.
I think you did a great job. Thank you. Would you like to address, isn't there a state law that we have to do this? James, please state your name and proceed, sir.
James Bolden from the District Attorney's Office. Yes, there is a state law. It's 135773. We are required to do this. This is not affecting Dr. Tape's compensation in any way, shape, or form. It's a state law, and that's what we're doing.
Enough said. Thank you very much, sir. We have a motion, Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Sodden. Okay, let's move on to number 19, is ordinance calendar number 7997, ordinance to provide for the transfer of funds into the coroner's operational fund and to provide for future transfer of revenue earned by the St. Tammany Parish Coroner's Office and to provide for an effective date and related matters. We have some speakers on this. Mr. Dole Philstraight, please step up to the podium, state your name. Next will be Mr. Yancey. And after that, Dr. Tape again, he's here. State your name and proceed.
My name is Doyle Filastri. I'm the CFO at the St. Tammany Parish Coroner's Office, and I guess I'm the reason we're here talking about this ordinance, because I made the calculation that proved that the surplus held by the Coroner's Office is a result of good administration by the coroners post-Galvin, who were good stewards of the money and generate some value that generate the surplus that we're now using to pay our everyday operations, since we haven't received our millage this year. So my calculation was called a sham by some in the parish administration, and when that came to light, we hired an independent CPA to review the work, and they affirmed my numbers, so proving I'm right. So why should you vote against this ordinance when it comes to vote? Well, first, as Yancey said, the coroner is a state official, and as such, the transfer of some of the funds, especially those that are other source revenue, are considered state funds and would not, they'd be out of the purview of the parish. Second, the budget that was in the budget book for the parish takes issue with the $500,000 we have budgeted to take care of litigation with the parish. And I'd like to see that number disappear, but in this case, voting for this ordinance would probably just expand the litigation between the parish and the coroner's office. And as a state official, the coroner has a constitutional duty to protect the autonomy and independence of the coroner's office, and that necessitates him protecting the funds that he has for his use. Third, this has been done before with the best of intentions. However, historically, the parish has not been a good custodian or fiduciary of the coroner's funds or assets. This is evidenced by the fact that the parish is currently sitting on the recently collected ad valorem taxes, requiring us to use the unrestricted funds we currently have to pay for our daily operations. And additionally, there's more litigation that exists between the parish and the coroner, because when the parish had the property before, they actually moved an immovable for parish purposes when the immovable was purchased with ad valorem taxes restricted for coroner purposes. So based on this and the parish's own budget issues, why would the coroner or the taxpayers you represent trust the parish with the coroner's unrestricted funds? So to summarize this, a vote for the ordinance is a vote to expand litigation, wasting time and additional resources of both the parish and the coroner's office, and creates an environment that is not conducive to us. And I've seen y'all be concerned about the coroner millage and getting an additional millage put up for the voters to do it. This does not create that environment that can help us achieve that goal. And finally, a vote.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Quickly, thank you. I don't know if this is something we should discuss due to the litigation.
No, especially since he's threatened to expand litigation.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that I think when anybody has a huge fund balance, it should be their objective to roll back so people pay less taxes the next year. That would be the responsible. So,
Two things. James
Okay.
Bollner again.
And we do have still another speaker. You can speak. Go ahead, Mr. Bollner.
Before he took office, in writing, Dr. Tape asked the legislative delegation to do exactly this. The argument that the parish has misused coroner funds is ridiculous, and I guess you'll see me again next month.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Yancey, you have 3 minutes. State your name again and proceed, sir.
I don't know if we feel like the parish has misused coroner funds. I love President Cooper, and he knows he can depend on me. When he calls me, I'm there to help him, and I feel like the parish council has called on me, and we've done everything we can to support you. We want to support you, and we want your support. Now, I understand that you want to hold the funds. We feel comfortable with holding our own funds. We turned over, you have the restricted funds. And if you want to follow the GASB standards, the restricted funds are supposed to be used before the unrestricted funds. We asked for a transfer of the restricted funds, and it wasn't transferred. We did a public record request 3 months ago and asked what the balance in the account is, and if any money was spent during this year. We were responded with a lawsuit. And it's been 3 months. We've never even been given a balance of our funds in the account that the parish government's holding. So I'm concerned about that. We've never misused any of our funds. We are completely transparent. I know Ms. Stevens is here. Ms. Stevens came over to our office and she did public record request. She got it instantly. And she could tell you how transparent our office is. So we are here to do what's best for the people of St. Tammany Parish. We comfortable with holding our own funds. We have had to cash in our CD to use our unrestricted funds to pay our bills because the parish refused to transfer the restricted funds. So we feel that this ordinance is just going to bring more litigation. And it's going to eat up more of our funds that we have. The millage is over with for us. We've been a year now with no funds. Next month will make 1 year that we have been using our self-generated funds, and it's running low. That DNA lab is critical for the safety of this community. Yeah, you can send samples to the state police crime lab, but they only take rapes and homicides. They do not take burglaries and thefts. That's what's keeping the crime rate down. We sharing almost $2 million a year of our funds with the sheriff and the district attorney by paying the expenses of that DNA lab. And we'll be happy to meet with anybody. I think y'all chief financial officer should get with our chief financial officer, and we should work this out. And Mr. Cooper, you have the authority to cancel this lawsuit. You can stop all this litigation right now. And we ask you to please do so. And let's see if we can't work it out and save money. We probably spent close to $300,000 on attorney fees because it's our constitutional obligation to protect those funds. And we don't want to continue to do that. So please help us.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bender, I see that you're in the queue, but given that there's been multiple threats to enlarge existing litigation between the coroner's office and parish government, I would recommend that there be no engagement or conversation by the council on this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens, I am not going to bring up anything regarding litigation, okay? I have one simple question for our administrative people, not substantive to the litigation, okay? And it's simply this. So, President Cooper, if you feel like it would be helpful for the suggestion that we just received for Annie and whoever their chief financial officer would be to meet. Jim Boldner has talked to me about this, which I'm not going to go into. Just please let us know, okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion? Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Rowley. Next, we vote on number 20, I'm so sorry. Ordinance calendar number 7998, ordinance to amend Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Chapter 2, Administrative Article 5, Departmental Organization, to amend Section 2-183, duties of departments relative to the duties of the Department of the Public Information. Mr. Kugel?
Yes.
Hold up, Mr. Kugel. Okay. Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We actually determined this is probably in the wrong code section where it needs to be a standalone ordinance, so I'm going to request to postpone it for a month. Make a motion to postpone.
Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Laughlin. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 24 is ordinance calendar number 8002. Ordinance to amend portions of Ordinance Council Series number 12-2707, adopted April 15th, 2012, and codified as Section 40-333, Service Rates and Fees, Parts B-1, which established and validated rates and fees for sewage and water services provided by systems owned and operated by the parish. Mr. Corbin. And we have Michael Henderson. Mr. Henderson? Please step up, restate your name for the record. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Michael Henderson. I only have one point of concern about the rate proposal. It calls for automatic annual increases based on municipal index code or something that I'm not familiar with. But I did look online, and it says it's not a very representative. It's a national index, and it may not be representative of your locale. And I'm just thinking of the southern states versus the nation with water issues, the diverse water issues all through the country, droughts in some states and what have you, that it may not be a reliable source of getting an annual increase. So I would be against the rate structure on that basis alone, not to have automatic annual increase based on some index we don't understand. I think it would be better to look at the actual proprietary fund's performance and look at its needs and its projected financial needs to determine what any rate increase would be annually. And perhaps after the annual financial statements are done and you have the proprietary fund on an accrual basis, you can look and see how it stands and then make a decision annually. The council would approve, and then the public would have input for any annual increase, and it not just be automatically built in up to maybe a 4% cap, but 4% could be high considering inflation is running around 3 now. So that would be my suggestion. I would object to it on that basis alone. The other rates I don't have any issue with. Thank you.
Mr. Corbin?
Yes, Chris, can you come up and explain why we're having to do these rates right now and how this is tied into our water sector funding that was used, the $80 million that's been used across St. Tammany Parish to upgrade our systems?
Chris Tissue, Director of Utilities. So we're doing the rate study. One, to come into compliance with LDH. They require it by state code every 5 years, but also as part of our agreement and obligation for accepting the water sector award money that we've been able to utilize to reinvest big time into the utility infrastructure on both the west and east sides of the parish. The rate study looked at the amount of money that we were charging for our user rates for water and sewer services, and they built a model reflects what we put out, what we bring in, our costs, expenses, anything from electricity to chemicals, and provide analysis, and essentially we're short on what we're able to put back into the system. You know, our budget for 2025 had $0 for capital improvement projects that we were able to reinvest back into it. And the rate study, it really, that's where the rate increases or adjustments you're going to see is where it's going to impact it.
Yeah.
And to respond to the MCI index, that's what was established when the Parish purchased utilities, the municipal cost index. In my understanding, and Annie may be able to correct me here on this, is that's a fair representation of inflation to government entities and how they do business on a large scale. And so we go from October to October of each year, and it models the inflation that for the previous year for us in time for our budget. So in January, we'd come through, and if the inflation based off the MCI percentage, it would model that anything from 0 to 4% is an automatic increase to account for the inflation for that year. And it kind of tries to limit what an increase would need to be when you do a true up, kind of like what we're having to do right now. And the 4% cap, anything more than 4%, we had to come back to the council and present and get approval from the council. So the inflation was 8% one year. We'd have to come and present to you, and you'd have to vote on that.
So Chris, if I understand what you, just to summarize a couple of things that you said, the MCI is a number that by doing that every year, when you come back every 5 years for the rate study, we don't see dramatic jumps. And so we're actually mirroring what the inflation rate is that's going on in our local area, where we're adjusting our rates on an ongoing basis relative to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And secondly, isn't one of the big aspects of the reason that we had to do a rate study is that we currently don't have enough funding to support not just operations and maintenance, but also sustainability. And the sustainability long-term of the investment made by the state with this money is required as part of this process.
That's correct. That's one of the items that the rate study looks at whenever they've got certain parameters and criteria that they have to go through and validate that our rates are sustainable long-term for the solvency of the utility.
Yeah, and that we'll be able to maintain this new investment, that we will not be coming back in 5 years or 10 years to ask for another big investment, because we have a rate study that's providing us with funding to build up a capital balance to go support and sustain that system that's been purchased for a long period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, real quick, just texts I received from my constituent today. I understand why the water rates need to be increased, but can't you do it more gradually? And just issues with increasing people's rates over 100% at a time because the government did not make modest increases in the last few years. If you could just speak to that.
The way the rate study was presented was that this is what's needed to bring us on a path to where in the next 5 to 10 years we'll generate sufficient revenue. That was what these increases were modeled with the assumption that we would utilize the MCI increases with an assumed value of about 3% over the next 5 years. And then we'd have a follow-up rate study done in compliance with state code to maybe make it more of a true up when we look further along the road. As far as looking at more gradually doing it, it's something, I guess, that could be discussed. It wasn't presented, but it would further put the utilities behind as far as getting the capital needed to put back into the system. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, first of all, thank you for all the work you're doing with our systems. I really appreciate it. When's the last time we raised rates?
We raised rates
officially, though, with a
2012, which is the last time this ordinance was updated. So if you look at the rates that in the ordinance, those are not the accurate rates of what's being charged at this time. They've been increased by the MCI for the past decade.
And then the nightmare I'm living with, because in my district I don't have Tammany utilities, I don't have our services. We have a bunch of private water systems that were never raised their rates, where they went for, I know one of my subdivisions had a $35 bill for 20 years. And that's not just reality. That's hiding a whole litany of sins. So I do commend you to address this, because at the beginning, our system was one of these private systems, wasn't it? Like a couple of them that we had purchased, the parish had purchased and had to bring into and do repairs. So if we don't charge appropriately, we cannot maintain appropriately. Is that correct?
Correct. We're essentially kicking the can down the road.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Mr. Corbin.
Yes, Chris, a couple other questions. Did the current these rates do not include the $80 million that was provided embedded in those rates? That is sustaining of the that investment came to us as a grant, and these rates will sustain that investment over time. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's no recovery of any of the grant amounts or awards or anything like this. This is solely based on the utility being self-sufficient as far as generating enough capital to maintain the assets that we currently have, plus the assets that we are in the process of constructing and finishing up.
So absent those water sector grants, we would have had to try to figure out how to come up with the money in order to make these improvements.
Correct. And a rate study would have been needed still in order for us to be able to maintain the existing infrastructure.
Okay, so Chris, relative to that rate study, who picked the consultant?
It was a state-assigned consultant.
So the state who's providing the funds to us and providing us the grant, they're the ones that require a consultant to go provide us this information, and they're also the ones that actually pick the consultant for us. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you're seeing a lot of these rate studies come to fruition right now in completion. A lot of municipalities and other public entities are completing the rate studies and going through the implementation process around the state right now.
Okay, and the last thing, Chris, that I wanted to ask about is I recognize that in some parts of the parish that the rates have not always had parity across the parish. So one of the things that I think that you explained to me is that as part of this rate study, we're now going to have consistent rates all across the parish for all areas, and as a result of that, some of the areas actually are experiencing a higher rate increase than maybe some of the others, which have been kept more current. Is that correct?
It's correct, and it's unfortunate, and so some areas are seeing a larger increase than other areas because of that disparity. And so one of the parameters for the rate study was to establish a uniform rate across all the customer base.
And just one final thought. In the areas where the rates have been lower, have those areas not been benefiting for many years at a rate that is considered was reasonably less than some other parts of the parish?
No, we don't split up cost or expenses based on that model. It's a decentralized system, and so the funding is spent need-based on all the utility systems, not necessarily where.
No, what I'm saying is historically, the reason our rate, in the areas where the rates they're experiencing the larger increases to get to the level rates across the whole parish, those areas have actually had a lower rate for some period of time compared to other people in the parish.
That's correct.
So that's my only point I was making. So yes, it's a bigger jump now, but they've also had a much lower, or not, I don't know if much, a lower rate over a significant period of time while that's been going on.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Corbin, do you move on your ordinance?
Yes, I do.
Motion, second by Mr. Laughlin. Number 25 is ordinance council number 8003, ordinance to amend ordinance council series number 23-5110, adopted March 2nd, 2023, to approve the split of an election precinct 909A as it's exceeded the maximum voter capacity. Mr. Corbin.
Yeah, I need to amend this this particular item. The date is now that the state has moved the dates out. I need to amend the date for the first election to be May 16th of 2026 as opposed to April 18th of 2026.
Okay.
And then with that, we need to vote on the amendment first?
Yes, amendment. Second by Mr. Laughlin. Please vote on the amendment to change the date. What's after 25?
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, an introduction by Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Laughlin. All right, what's next, Tex?
Resolution number 7.
Resolution number 7, Council Series C-7210, resolution to vacate in part the moratorium originally established by Ordinance Council Series number 22-4979 on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and to the assurance of certain permits for the construction of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by 11th Street, Harrison Avenue, Highway 59, Flower Tower Road, 5th Avenue, and Hellenberg Lane, specifically Lot 21, located on Maplewood Drive in Section 25, Township 7, South Range 14, East Mandeville, 5 Acre Farms, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Phillips.
You have a card.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Phillips. We have one speaker, Ms. Sylvia Johnson. Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Phillips? Up.
Yeah, I so moved to go ahead and do it.
Motion, second, Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote. What's next? It's a resolution, Joe. What's next?
Hold on. Number 12.
Sorry.
I don't have number 9 as pulled. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, number 9 is Resolution Council Series C, number C-7212, resolution approving and authorizing St. Tammany Parish government through the Office of President to sign and or execute an intergovernmental agreement between the Parish of St. Tammany and the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority for the purpose of protecting and restoring wetlands by constructing the Mandeville Lakefront Wetlands Restoration Project. Ms. O'Brien, bear with me. Okay.
Just wanted to make sure Mandeville was aware of this, and we are thrilled that we're going to be protecting the Mandeville Lakefront wetlands. So moved.
Motion, Ms. O'Brien, second, Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Mr. Phillips? You had discussion?
No.
Of course.
I do just want to thank CPRA because it's through their partnership with Parishes program that we received $1 million for the city of Mandeville. So it's again a great partnership between Madisonville, Mandeville, the city of Slidell, through our coastal division, and just wanted to throw out a thanks for the partnership with our cities and CPRA.
That is exciting. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no more discussion, please vote. Great work, everyone. What's the next one?
Number 12. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 12 is Resolution Council Series Number C-7215, resolution requesting that the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office provide necessary support documentation for its reimbursement request to the St. Tammany Parish government relative to the operation of the St. Tammany Parish Jail and the transportation of parish prisoners. Mr. Smith?
I'd like to make a motion at this time to remove the resolution. The Sheriff Department and our Parish Finance Department issues are resolved according to our Finance Director. Therefore, there's no need for this resolution.
Okay. Motion and second. Since it's resumed, we don't have any speakers. Please vote.
Who was the second by?
I'm siding. Ms. Casasbon, that's fine.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 13 is Resolution Council Series Number C-7216, resolution to remove Dr. Vicky Traina Dorge from the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Mosquito Abatement District. This is my resolution. Since we have, I know we have several speakers, but since now Mr. Grovey has resigned, the board does not have a quorum. Since Mr. Burke also is not here, I was reading that. Thank you anyway.
I make a motion to.
1 second, please. I'd also know that we want to give the opportunity for the Mosquito District to come before the Efficiency Committee, and Ms. Dorge has not had the opportunity to meet with me, which I would like to do so before the next meeting. Thank you. Ms. Casabon, can you make a motion to remove this?
I make a motion to remove.
Motion is to remove, second is by Ms. Casabon. I know there's several speakers, but the motion is to remove. Does that satisfy for this evening? Doesn't mean it can't come back up, but for tonight it's removed. Motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, we do have speakers. Ms. Tanner, did you want to speak?
Pardon me?
Did you want to speak? Your light was on.
No, I made the motion. I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Bender.
Yes, sir. I understand the points that the chairman made. What I have to say is, I guess more for the benefit of to express this to my colleagues as well as the public. I watched all of the assistant district attorney make her presentation. I watched it on TV. And what has bewildered me is that I really have no idea why this council would unanimously vote to reappoint Dr. George in July and hearing nothing on ADA's presentation. Nothing that she's not doing her duty. She's not showing up for committee meetings. That board, as opposed to a library board and a number of other boards that we have, this is a scientific entity that the people rely on. St. Tammany Mosquito Abatement District. I've done some research since we found out that this would be on this agenda. And we found out at the very last moment. That's a different issue. Done some research. Talking about a lady that has a PhD in virology, the study of viruses, and made me think about West Nile virus, a killer, 8 of them in St. Tammany Parish. And then she's a microbiologist, and she doesn't make a penny serving as a volunteer on his board. I personally don't care if she's chairperson or one of the other members on the board. I just don't understand the validity of...
Mr. Bender, briefly, you do realize the motion is to remove this from the agenda, right? It's to remove the item from the agenda. I just want to make sure you understood that was the motion.
Oh, so we're not going to hear it next month?
It's to remove the item from the agenda. Maybe I would decide to put it on, or another councilman may decide to do that, but currently it's not happening.
Mr. Chairman, I
just want to make sure you understand.
I apologize. I still want to finish by saying, I think we...
Please hold it down. All right, Ms. Tanner you have to hit your light. Has a motion to call the question? Oh, I'm sorry. Legal counsel recommended that. Is it, Mr. Kugel is in the queue?
Once a question is called, it needs to be voted on. The motion to call the question needs to be voted on without further discussion.
Why don't we do this? Mr. Bender, if you could please wrap up quickly. Mr. Kugel, you can go. Let's move this along quickly. I just want to make sure you understood the motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I'll end anything. I'm finished.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel, do you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree with the decision to remove it regarding the, and put it before the Government Efficiency Committee. I think one of the things we do need to know for that committee was information regarding the patent using taxpayer resources. I do have the rebuttal document. That's just not sufficient to me. We need to understand the patent number and just more information about this patent. And then finally, I just want to make a note. I do have a concern about, we were notified today that we're basically now being sued, ostensibly with taxpayer funds, for looking into how taxpayer funds are spent. So I think that's a little bit circular. So
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
What is next?
Ordinances for adoption.
Oh, we're finished?
That's it.
Oh, but we still have a long, okay. Ordinance calendar number. Okay, the consent calendar is now over. We're going to move on to the ordinances for adoption segment of the agenda. Number 1 is ordinance calendar number 7939AA, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Parish Council, Section 2-71, Salaries, and Section 2.79, Council Personnel, to make changes relative thereto. We have a motion. Let's get this on the floor. Mr. Laughlin, second, Mr. Corbin. Oh. Ms. O'Brien, do you have a comment?
I was going to move.
Please exit quietly.
I was going to ask my colleagues if we could move to postpone. I know I had some questions, legal questions. I understand the chart is needing to be amended, and I wanted more specifics on Section B, reimbursements, number 3, C, and D. But given the time right now and the length of our meeting so far, I would appreciate if we could go into more detail later. So I'd like to recommend postponing for just 1 month so that we don't extend this for a long period of time.
Motion to postpone, Mr. O'Brien, second, Mr. Laughlin. Any more discussion?
You have a card. You might want to speak on the postponement.
Number 1, the salaries.
Mr. Henderson, would you like to speak about the postponement of this ordinance? You have 1 minute to speak strictly on the postponement. Why it should or should not be postponed.
I think once you act on it, it becomes effective 15 days after the action. So if it gets delayed and pushes us up against January 1, I think the old law would be in effect, so you would be eligible for an increase January 1 if this doesn't get adopted. The way I read it, if you adopt it, you wait to 2028 before there's an increase. So the timing might be relevant from that standpoint.
Thank you, sir. Motion and second to postpone. Seeing no more discussion, please vote.
Well, we can't get an increase in...
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7937AA, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Chapter 40, Utilities, Article 11, Sewage from Septic and Sludge, Section 40-330, Inspection of Individual Sewage Systems, to require triennial inspections of individual sewage systems and the assurance of certifications and inspection related thereto, and to provide for other matters. Postponed for 2 months on 8/7/2025. We also do have a proposed substitute, which we need to understand procedurally how we should do that. It would seem like that should be voted on first, right?
So it's been introduced. The item's been called. If there is a motion to amend, that motion should be made second, and if seconded, discussed and voted upon.
So the substitute. Okay, we need to amend this. All right. Okay. We have several cards that would like to speak. I know that also Mr. Brown wanted to speak, and he had somebody here to talk about it. We'll start with you, sir. Please state your name and position and proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Tim Brown, Director of Environmental Services. This has been a long haul to get to this point, and I just want to thank everybody for their effort and attention to this matter. I know everybody's put a lot of time and effort into it. It's been a very deliberative process. It originated out of the task force of subject matters that was put together back in 2022. We've had 6 public meetings about this. That's in addition to all the council meetings and agenda review meetings. As we've gone through this, there have been a lot of concerns that have been brought up and a lot of concerns that have been addressed. One of the concerns was about the $100 fee. That was addressed. There is no longer a $100 fee. The concern about the cost to homeowners to repair the system, we listened, and we are continuing to utilize HUD and CDBG funds to help qualified residents repair their systems. We also have approved a DEQ SRF application for $700,000. We received notice this week that actually is going to be 100% forgivable, so that's good news. That money will be used for repair and replacement of on-site systems. We also have submitted an additional application to EPA for a $350,000 grant. That money would also, if it's awarded, be used for on-site sewer repair. We also had concerns stated about the large lots in rural areas. We listened to those concerns, and we developed an exemption for on-site disposal, exemption for systems that dispose of their wastewater on-site. We also recently have implemented that urban growth boundary line, where the properties above the urban growth boundary line will not be part of this program. They'll still be subject to the electrical transfer program. And the rationale for that is 92% of the subdivision homes north of the urban growth boundary line are on 1 acre or more. So it's large parcels, low density. There were concerns that the existing fine structure was too onerous for the residents. We listened to those concerns, and the fines were reduced from $100 today to $100 per month, a significant reduction in the fine structure. There were concerns that inspections were not targeted. We listened to those concerns, and inspection prioritization now will be based on ambient water quality sampling done by environmental services prior to the inspections. There were concerns that inspections could only be performed by environmental services, and third parties would not be allowed. We listened to those concerns, and now third-party inspections are going to be allowed under this current ordinance, or the proposed ordinance. There are also concerns regarding the violations that environmental services may cite, that DES, environmental services, could act as the police, the judge, and the jury in that regard. We listened to those concerns, and those violations, those citations by environmental services, now will go before the Board of Administrative Adjudication. So there have been some suggestions that this ordinance has not had enough time to be vetted and reviewed. I respectfully disagree. This has been probably the most vetted and reviewed ordinance that I've been aware of. I've spoken to y'all many times on this issue. And that list of concerns and the way we addressed them, I think, is evidence that we've vetted this and reviewed this. The remaining concern that has been raised that has not been accommodated is the authority of the environmental services to go on private property. Environmental services has had that authority since its inception. And prior to that, the Environmental Services Commission under the police jury had that authority. It's codified in two places in the ordinances. Section 40-72 of the St. Tammany Parish Code, that was effective in January 2000. And it's also codified in the Louisiana Revised Statutes, 33:4664.4.B6. And that was effective in July 1992. That authority has been part of environmental services for a long time, and we use it on a daily basis. And it has not been, so far, knock on wood, any kind of issue for us, because we work with the homeowners. We let them know we're going to be on their property, and we work with them. And furthermore, if we're going to have this kind of ordinance, we have to be able to get onto that property to take a look at these systems to make sure they're operating properly. That's really all I have about the ordinance, but I would like to let you know that today we're joined by Mr. Chuck Berger up here in the blue shirt on the front row. He's with Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality. He's the senior engineer that helps develop the TMDLs and the 303D list. We've talked about all the impaired water bodies. So if any council members have any kind of questions about how the 303D list is developed, how the impaired water body list is developed, Mr. Berger is certainly capable of answering those questions. It's also his birthday today. I'm sure he didn't have anything better to do than come to this meeting tonight. So thank you, Chuck, for being here tonight. And with that, this is a good ordinance. I hope that y'all will support it. It's very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have several speakers. Mr. Liner, would you be available just to explain the growth management area and what that means to St. Tammany Parish?
Yeah, let's not necessarily use the word growth management area. That's more lines of when we're talking about like annexations or, just growth management areas with cities and things like that. What we're talking about really right now is the urban growth boundary line. It's an east-west line that splits the parish north and south. So essentially, there are different development regulations related to mandatory impact fees, the sale of alcoholic beverages, maximum height, site and structure provisions. So we treat the north area of the parish that's more rural differently than the southern, more dense area. If there's a specific question, I can answer it, but that's kind of like my outline right now.
Is that satisfactory?
When was this established?
It's over 30 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead into the, we have several speakers. We're going to start. Please, if you are on deck, if you could sit in the front row. The first speaker is Mr. Nicholas Guillory. After Mr. Guillory is Mr. Charlie Clark. You're going to have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and proceed. Mr. Clark, if you could please go sit by the front and be ready to go as soon as he's finished.
Yeah, I'm Nicholas Guillory. I'm a wastewater treatment operator, Class 2 for the City of Slidell Municipal Wastewater Plant. And I think I would absolutely support this ordinance personally because with the experience I have, I can tell you that we need this more than ever, especially with all these septic systems that may or may not be properly operating. And I think the figure was something along the lines of 20% of our waterways are impaired. And that actually ties in perfectly with the whole issue with the mosquito abatement as to why they're likely spending more because they have to compensate for the lack of fish that are supposed to be eating not only the mosquitoes but the mosquito larvae breeding in these impaired waterways. So I think it would be a good idea to have the private citizens be reimbursed with these funds because a lot of them are obviously not able to do that with the rising cost of everything these days. And I think that's it. I'm very nervous right now.
You should be nervous. You did a very good job. Thank you, sir, and thank you for waiting here so long and being so patient. I do think the only difference is more like 80% of our waterways are impaired, but Tim will correct that later. Mr. Clark, please step, proceed, state your name. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mr. Cooper. My name is Charlie Clark. I live at 21458 Cash Rail in unincorporated Mandeville, Louisiana. And you've seen me here before, and my presence here is not to be an antagonist. It's to look after the old people that live in my community and to make sure that if we're going to do this, that we do it right. I hear Mr. Brown talking back here, and I can tell you as a career law enforcement officer and all the law enforcement officers you had in here tonight, you might want to get an Attorney General's ruling on their ability to walk on private property. He does draw his authority to RS 33 from the Department of Health to create the commission, but he's also bound by RS 40, which is the empowering statute of the Department of Health. He can't have more power than the Department of Health. You read that statute, you'll find out that you have to execute a warrant based on probable cause. The parish has chose to get the most intrusive way to get our samples. You could get your samples at the ditch and on the servitude that's offered by the parish, and everything would be fine. But it's not happening that way. So to move on, pollution, and I'm glad we have somebody here from DEQ. Pollution takes on many sources. All the waterways, if you ask this man sitting on here, is impaired in some manner, whether it be heavy metals with lead, mercury, arsenic, all of those things, runoff, all your livestock, your domestic animals that you have at your house, the runoff that is created within the towns and cities. This is a gigantic, complex problem. Why we're in such a haste, I have no idea. But this is big. And if you're going to include the Lake Pontchartrain Basin, you have to at least include the 6 parishes that touch. I hear a lot of comparisons between us and Tangipahoa. Well, what I know there is that unless you get everybody on board, you might be setting the precedents for what happens to the rest of the partnerships that we're going to have to form to get this right. A couple of things in the ordinance that I noticed. You have a whole harmless clause that holds all the inspectors harmless when they come on my property, but you don't offer me the same protection for these guys coming on my property. So we need some kind of assurance that alleviates us from any kind of liability for those inspectors walking on that property.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. Mr. Glenn Uhag. After Mr. Uhag is Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens. Take your time, state your name. You have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Glenn, mechanical engineer by education, over 12 years professional experience, critical infrastructure delivery. I wanted to start by thanking everyone here for the opportunity to share my opinions and say that I do agree with the mission and I'm in favor of an effective septic ordinance. I have opinions of concern regarding health and safety and pattern of unequal treatment related to the recent change in the septic ordinance. I'll clarify my concerns now. In my opinion, the lot size or above the UGB line, urban growth guidance within the UDC, I believe are irrelevant facts to justify exclusion of ordinance enforcement above the UGB line, considering that the Bogafalaya waterway that runs from top to bottom in District Number 3, that's currently exempted from enforcement in the recent ordinance change, has already tested positive for substantial fecal contamination and is the second most fecal contaminated waterway tested by the Pontchartrain Conservatory in report dated August 5th. That's the same report posted on the St. Tammany government's website. The foregoing water quality test results indicated that the fecal contamination in the Bogafalaya waterway is 1,500% higher than the average reading of all 10 waterways on the same report, which had lower readings. In comparison to safe contamination limits provided by the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, the Bogafalaya waterway has shown contamination readings 1,750% greater than the mean safe limit and 472% greater than the individual sample limit. In my opinion, I believe the council should be pursuing a data-driven ordinance solution versus the existing, in my opinion, is a political bias approach that lacks a rational basis. Additionally, I have a broader concern regarding pattern of unequal ordinance enforcement or treatment that can be by code enforcement, the district attorney civil division, and the parish council, all of which I believe can and surely will play a substantial role in enforcement of any septic ordinance. And finally, while we have the opportunity that exists right now, I believe the septic ordinance should be structured using an equitable health and safety data-driven approach versus the current bias policy that I believe is being dictated by certain stakeholders. Thank you for your time and attention. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Ms. Stevens, you were next. I told you earlier. Thank you, Mr. Uhag. It's nice to see you in person. Mr. Vincent, you'll be next.
Good evening. This ordinance is so long in the making. It is years and years and years. I sent a couple of you an impaired water map from 2018 a little while ago, and there were impaired streams throughout. All of our major waterways back in 2018 were impaired, and I know for a fact, because I have dealt with this issue for a very long time. Way before that, we had impaired streams because we've never done anything about it. I have spoken several times to several people, and I will continue to speak to anybody that wants to know about water quality, about unmaintained septic systems, because I know about it so personally. And I want to make sure that people understand this ordinance is so much better for the residents than what's on the books right now. It is so much less punitive than what's on the books right now. If you don't have a plastic tag on your septic system or your ATU when they come to inspect it, they can require that you rip out a functioning system because it doesn't have a plastic tag. That's state law. That is a problem. This new ordinance corrects that fundamental problem. The intent of this ordinance is to get our waterways cleaner, to do our due diligence, to do our responsibility to our senior neighbors, to help them get their systems fixed, not rip them out, not come on your property and do anything but try and help you. This is the intent of this ordinance. It is to help the residents get your systems back up and working, and nobody in their right mind would say this was a bad thing. Nobody who is thinking about their neighbors would think this was a bad thing, and I can't even fathom how anyone would not want a contribution from any other agency that was capable of helping in a legitimate fashion. How could you even think that was a bad thing? It's beyond me. It really is. So I would urge you all to do the right thing after so many, many, many years, not only for yourselves, for your neighbors, for your children, but mostly for the elderly people who live around you, who might not have the means to do what they need to get done to their systems, because there's a grant program that's been in existence and has been brought up several times already that will allow them to get the needed services that will help them clean up their own neighborhoods, their own systems, and get them repaired or replaced. So I urge you tonight, pass this ordinance. This has gone on way, way, way too long, and those of us who are being actively polluted by their neighbors, we're really kind of tired of it, and this needs to be taken care of. And yes, that is your responsibility as a council. I urge you to vote yes.
After Mr. Vincent is Mr. Joshua Averhart. Please be prepared next. Come up to the front. State your name and proceed, sir.
John Vincent, 21573 Soul Drive. I believe the intent of the ordinance is good. No one wants polluted waters. However, I believe the ordinance is flawed on many levels, including legally and conceptually. The ordinance is a clear violation of equal protection under the laws in both the U.S. and state constitutions, and that is due to the fact that people above Highway 36 are treated differently than the people below Highway 36. If you proceed with this ordinance, I'm asking you for an amendment to exclude Red Gap Acres and Northern Homes property subdivisions. Why? Because our subdivision has lots of 1 acre and larger. My lot is 2 acres. The lots adjacent to me are each 1 acre. A lot abutting one of those is 4 acres. And this is just a few examples in our subdivision. There may be on-site pollution problems at different residential properties, but is it really the primary source of pollution? The other day, North Shore River Watch posted videos online of pollution in the Little Tchefuncte River near Highway 21. Where is that coming from? It looked like a significant amount of pollution. Was it a central sewer plant that was malfunctioning? Not only that, the ordinance requires that someone be home when the inspection takes place. You know why people don't show up at council meetings or other committee meetings? Because they're busy working. My daughter and my son-in-law are working extra jobs, and they don't have time to be home during the day. But you're going to expect them to be there? How's that going to work? I just hope that you all can delay this until you get better research on what the source of and I'll say the primary source of where this pollution is coming from. Personally, I maintain my system. I've replaced my pump. I'm currently building a small home. I had to get that system approved by the environmental department. It required me, even though I'm building the house where a septic system existed, I have a 2-year contract to service that. They came out and verified I had a working aerator. So now I'm paying for, over a 2-year period, a portion of that when there's no one using it. So I'm asking that you all carefully consider what you're doing, and as previously mentioned, the impact on low-income and senior citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Everhart, please step up. Next is going to be Mr. David Edens. Please come to the front and be ready. State your name and proceed. You have 3 minutes.
All right, I'm Josh Everhart. I live in Royal Subdivision and Slidell. And sorry, I'm a little fish out of water up here. I'm not used to this. So some of the questions that I had about this are for the $100 fine per month is where is that money going to be utilized for? And maybe that's outlined, but I haven't seen that yet personally. Also, another question that I had with this is how to ensure that the program is a success. There's a lot of big fish out there. Some other ones were mentioned with some of the more greater pollutions that are out there. And what time frame will it be graded as being a success? And if it's not a success, for cleaning up our waterways, which is obviously a valid initiative, how do we disband an ordinance to for being failing, excuse me. So for me, I'm urging you to vote no until some of these amendments are possibly considered. At least postpone those implementation, updated for the updated septic tank requirements. Many families simply cannot afford to make these costly upgrades, and it is unfair to penalize homeowners for financial hardship. Also, I cite some of the other concerns as well with the border, the line where it's not decided to not have, the same ordinance, citing the equal penalties and whatnot. So I'll give you the rest of my time back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Edens? After Mr. Edens, Mr. William Chuck Berger. Please be prepared, sir. State your name and proceed.
Hello, my name is David Edens. I live in Pearl River. I just wanted some clarifications. I went to the first meeting at the Towers building in Slidell when they talked about this sewage treatment plant system. Originally, at the meeting, they called for $8,000 restructuring of all the sewage treatment plants. Now, I'd like to know if that's still on the table. And if it is, I don't see how anybody can afford that. Now, if he said earlier when he came up and talked about grant money or something like that, helping people with low incomes.
Mr. Brown, can you please write down some of these questions so when everybody's finished, you can address them with them? Thank you. Proceed. We won't penalize your time.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Anyway, I wanted to know if they were going to follow up on that. Was that going to be the lay of the land, what they were going to do? I had originally, when I got my house, I had to put a sewage treatment plant in order to get my electricity turned on. Now, is that not going to be good enough anymore, or is it going to have to be a change? And another thing is about the hysteria on the West Nile virus, like we have an epidemic going on around. I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything about it. So that's about where I'm going to leave it at.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Reichert Toledano. After Mr. Toledano is going to be Ms. Christy Trail. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. For the record, Reichert Toledano, Mr. Toledano, thank you again. It's a pleasure to be here, and as you know, I've been on the other side for a while, and so this was a great meeting, and I saw two firsts tonight. First, it's the first time I knew the parish hired a feral cat to control some sort of rodent issue. That was the first. And the other is, and Mr. Smith made a great argument on it, it's the first time I've seen people opt out for apartments versus houses. I was a little bit shocked at that. This ordinance, as most of you know, is dear to my heart. It started, and I had the pleasure of being the chairman of the committee and the subcommittee to get it to this point. And I feel strongly about it for a couple reasons, but the first of which is I live in St. Tammany Parish, like you live in St. Tammany Parish. I live on the river. I'm blessed to be able to live on the river, and I've spent my life on that river. And I know what is happening in our community as we grow. This is essential. My good friend Charlie Taylor says he wants it to be done right. In 8 years, I have never seen an ordinance that used the word vetted or whatever, worked on to get it to the point where it is right, and we feel very strongly about it. And let me remind us all about something else. We had a pilot program, which was a great idea. 26% failure rate. If you extrapolate that out to the size of 35,000 systems, that's 3.5 million gallons a day of water that is not right going into our system, that will go to the ditches, go to the waterways, ultimately to the lake. So that in of itself should tell us it's the right thing to do. We're not asking you to do anything other than adopt an ordinance that will protect our environments. And for all of those reasons and the reasons that Mr. Brown set forth in terms of detail, I'm asking you to pass this. Again, I repeat, I never have seen an ordinance worked on better than this. More time, more detail. And I'm not aware of any other environmental ordinance that has been passed in St. Tammany Parish in 8 years that is more sensitive to what we care about in St. Tammany Parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Trail. After Ms. Trail is going to be Mr. Matthew Allen.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christy Trail. I'm the Executive Director of Pontchartrain Conservancy. You may know our organization by our previous name, the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Foundation. I've heard our name mentioned a few times this evening and just want to say that we support this ordinance. I hope you all consider passing it. There's been some mention of data-based and science-based. I just want to let you all know that we bring that to the table. The information that went into this ordinance is data-based, it is science-based. We have been doing work with the parish for many, many years. I hope you all know that we are a credible organization, and I take that very seriously to say that this is data-based, science-based, and it is a strong ordinance that needs to be passed for the public health of the residents of this parish. It is true that there are residents that do maintain their systems. They are doing the right thing, but you need to be aware that there are residents that are not maintaining their systems properly. And it's not out of malintent. It really is just proper education, knowing how to operate these systems. Doing these inspections can help homeowners operate these systems properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After Mr. Allen is going to be Mr. Ed Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Impastato, council members. Matthew Allen, representing North Shore River Watch. I'm not going to talk about what the other gentleman did today. I have some other stuff, but we fully support this ordinance. It is a right first step here, but it's just a first step. And it's not really a big one either, and it's long, long overdue. But what I'd like to take the rest of my time for is to give you a little history. Almost 20 years, 2 decades, I've been following these issues, and a lot of y'all don't know a lot of this stuff. But from my research, the earliest I found in 1985 was the LDEQ saying you need to start regionalizing. 85, 40 years ago? Yeah, I just had my 40th reunion. But that's a long time, and nothing ever happened. They continue with it. We have a preponderance of small package plants, one for many of each of the small subdivisions. Some of the ones St. Tammany run do pollute the rivers. They don't run well. Y'all are fixing them. I commend you for that. But it's an issue too. It's not just individual sewer plants. Now by 2011, 2012, and Mr. Berger, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, the DEQ put in the total daily maximum load studies, where they studied oxygen-demanding substances. That's a problem. It kills fish when we don't have enough oxygen. And they determined that the scenic rivers, Liberty, Bayou Lacombe, Bayou Cane, Lower Tchefuncte River, couldn't accept any more sewer treatment. And the parish was told, you're not going to be allowed to put new sewer treatment plants in here unless you start regionalizing. What happened? Well, the parish turned around and we believe, well, it goes back to the DEQ, tried to do a use attainability study and tried to lower the dissolved oxygen requirements to the point where some of the fish wouldn't survive. That was thrown out in federal court because it was kind of a flawed study. And by 2019, it got to the point where you can't put new subdivisions down here with sewers going into our rivers unless you regionalize. Y'all were told this 35 years ago and then 17 years ago, and nothing's happened. So y'all are stuck in a position now where you can't approve developments that we need in this parish. People need to move here from the coast as it sinks. We recognize that. This is going to develop. So this is a first step. As we go along, like I said, St. Tammany has a preponderance of these small systems. A lot of them don't work. I gave y'all something a couple months ago on one that hadn't worked properly for over 4 years. So I want y'all to seriously consider regionalizing. I know it's expensive, but if you don't start now, when is it going to start?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, Mr. Kelly, I didn't see you here tonight. Mr. Henderson, please state your name. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Michael Henderson. I didn't know or haven't heard of any financial analysis of the program's cost or potential revenue derived from it and the impact on the financial statements overall. I did just a layman's guess at the labor or the manpower needed, figuring 8 inspections a day, which might be kind of aggressive or optimistic, and the number of work days in a year. And I computed about 6.5 personnel and maybe 1 supervisor, 7.5 people. And then they would need, of course, vehicles and equipment and tools and the cost of maintaining all that. So I didn't know if anybody put together those numbers to see what the cost of the program would be, or an estimate of the non-compliance and revenue that might be recovered through fines or what have you. So if that hasn't been looked at, I would suggest that be looked at in the decision process. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speak, Mr. Brown. Before we bring it back to the council, would you like to come and answer some of those questions that you heard tonight?
Sure, and I apologize if I didn't capture all of them. But there was a statement made about there being a requirement for the resident to be home. That's not correct. We will be going out and we will flyer the area that we're going to be inspecting about 2 weeks prior. Our information will be on that. If the resident would like to be home for the inspection, they can reach out to us to schedule an appointment. As long as the system to be inspected is not behind a locked gate or something like that, then we will be able to go on and do the inspection. We don't need to go inside the home. There was a question about the fines. If we issue fines, where that money will go, I suspect that will just go back into the system, into Environmental Services General Fund. There was a comment, there was a couple comments about these not being the only polluters, and that's absolutely correct. These are not the only polluters. The difference with these small residential systems is that there's really no oversight. The larger systems, the private utilities, the municipalities all have strict oversight by DEQ. They have to sample monthly. They have to complete discharge monitoring reports that are submitted to the Department of Environmental Quality for review on a monthly basis. These small residential systems do not do that. The gentleman talked about and I didn't quite understand, an $8,000 restructuring. I'm not sure where what that was in regard to. If a resident has to, if it's determined that they have to replace their on-site system, a complete replacement, those are running about $6,000. But the instances where that would be required is if you have a conventional septic tank, a treatment plant without an aerator, just a tank out in the yard that has a discharge to the ditch. Those are expressly forbidden by the Louisiana Department of Health. the sanitary code, and that system would have to be replaced. And like I said, those right now are running about $6,000. If the residents qualify, and I'll ask Jean here in just a second to come up and explain the qualifications for this grant money. If the resident qualifies, then they could apply to our grant department and have that replacement or those repairs paid for through the grants program. You want to tackle that now?
No.
Oh, go ahead. To Mr. Allen's point, absolutely. Regionalization is the solution. Well, is the sewer utopia, I suppose, as much as sewage can have a utopia. But as he also indicated, it's extremely expensive. The parish has taken steps to try to find the federal and state funding, the grant funding, to try to do some regionalization projects. We have money for design to sewer Slimmer Road. That design is going to be commencing soon, and hope to take 93 of those units offline and sent to a regional treatment plant. We're going to continue to look for those funding opportunities as we move forward. This program would be complementary to that and help us manage what we currently have while we go out and look for those projects that we can pay for. With regard to the number of inspectors, I think your number was pretty close. We currently have 5 inspectors budgeted. We may be coming to y'all if this passes to look for an additional inspector and maybe some additional office staff. I do want to acknowledge the Pontchartrain Conservancy has been a great partner with all this. So where'd Christy go? Thank you, Christy. They do provide a lot of data for us to base these type of initiatives off of. So they've been a great partner, and I wanted to thank them. Jean, if you could just kind of mention about the grant qualifications.
Let me pull up I have it on my phone. Hold on. So the qualifications would follow the HUD guidelines. So we use the 80% median income. So it's 80% of the income. So that median family income in St. Tammany Parish is $98,000. We use the 80% model. I think there was a comment that it was $47,000, but it is for a family of 4. It would be $75,850 because we use the 80% limit and not the 50% limit. So anyone under, for a family of 4, it's $75,850. That's an average. If you want to say like a family of 2 is $60,700, and a family of, let's just say 5, $81,950. So those limits are on the HUD website. You can go to the HUD Exchange and you can find St. Tammany, and all those income limits are listed there, and that's what we would use for the HUD funding and for the program.
Mr. Corbett had a question about retirees while you were there, and then we'll bring it back to the council.
Yes.
You got to press your light.
Yeah, John, I think in one of the previous meetings, it's not just low income, but also a retiree who also has a low income. You can get
anyone who has
Security, if they're below the threshold,
yes,
they would still be eligible.
All of that counts. We take the income from anyone who lives in the household that is 18 or older. If they work, their income is included in that number. And as long as it's under the threshold for all the people 18 and older living in the household, then they qualify. I mean, there are some other, they have to own the house, etc. But yes, income-wise, they would qualify.
Thank you, and please stay close, because I'm sure there's going to be some questions from the council. Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of feel passionate about this one, so I wrote something down. I usually don't. I usually just go off the cuff. But, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, and constituents, I cannot in good conscience vote for this septic inspection ordinance. And my opposition is rooted in history and responsibility. These individual systems were installed decades ago as a temporary measure with the promise of future regional sewer access. Now, with our parish population more than tripled we are attempting to manage a massive infrastructure failure through mandatory fines and inspections. I'm especially disappointed by my colleagues who exempted parts of 2 districts just to secure votes for this ordinance. Clean water is not a game of political horse trading. It's a public health necessity. And this compromise creates an unfair, 2-tiered system that burdens families in my district and along the coast. This ordinance is an inefficient distraction. We will spend roughly $100,000 to inspect 1,000 homes off of Thompson Road alone. That money should immediately be dedicated to designing the regional systems, acquiring grants, and putting shovels in the ground to connect these families. The initial version of this ordinance led to a panic of what's called in other areas foreclosure by fine, especially for our seniors and working families. Yet this ordinance offers no real path to the infrastructure needed. The only way we will truly clean up the Bayou Bonfica area and all of St. Tammany is by getting these faulty systems out of the ground and building a robust, modern sewer system. Because we must prioritize permanent infrastructure over punitive government mandates, I vote no. And let me be clear, next month I will introduce a resolution directing this council and the administration to fully focus its efforts on developing a funded plan to finally build the regional sewer system our parish deserves. And it's things like this, I'm going to add off the cuff, that remind us that we truly don't own our property. We merely rent it from the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please keep it down. Thank you, author GPT. Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. GPT. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to surprise a lot of folks here. I actually agree with Ms. Stevens about something that this has been discussed for 2 years, but it's been discussed as a parish-wide ordinance. And I'm going to be offering an amendment, as I've spoke about. And what you may not know is that last month, before the meeting, we all received a newspaper, most of us in our mailbox, and it pointed to a specific area, an article that said, please read. I mean, and there's a Post-it note. You can't see it, and it had an article by my colleague, Mr. Corbin, and it said key requirements of proposed amendments to the ordinance in multiple bullet points. The first bullet points says, this ordinance applies parish-wide. And then, of course, as you saw, it no longer applies parish-wide. We made a promise that, for years, that this is a parish-wide issue. And I don't doubt that we have a parish-wide pollution issue. But suddenly, we're not dealing with it parish-wide. This map, the next thing, if I could show you, if you could go ahead and show that map. Just one second. So you're about to see a map that just shows the divide of the North and the South. It is not scientific, it is not rational, it is political. That is the reason it's being done, as my colleague Mr. Laughlin said. And I really appreciate one of the ladies that spoke earlier about data-based and science-based. I would contend this map is not data-based, it is not science-based, it is politics-based. And everyone here knows that. Everyone here knows that. There's no dispute, because we've been arguing about this for 2 years, right before I came in office, that this is a parish-wide problem. And suddenly we're not dealing with it parish-wide. And I just want to state one final thing before I make a motion to, basically all my amendment does is remove the exemptions. As we promised the people we would do, that we're going to deal with this parish-wide. I just want to correct one thing. The average, and I asked about Ross, I'm not going to call him up here again, but I asked his department about this, and above the urban growth boundary, the average developed lot that is in plotted subdivision is 1.3 acres, and the average developed lot otherwise is 3 acres. We're hearing now, we've initially heard that everybody lives on more than 5 acres, but we know that's not true, and then it moved on to the next argument. We're hearing now that only 1% of lots are less than 1 acre. If that's the case, why are we exempting them? If it's just a small percentage, why are we doing this exemption? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to amend. And it's the exact same ordinance, and let's just see where the votes go. It's the exact same ordinance,
parish-wide.
So procedurally, so we have a motion, a second to amend. Mr. Kugel, we have about 6 more lights in the queue. Do we need to let them speak first? Or do we need to address the
motion
amendment?
has been made and seconded. There should now be discussion on the proposed amendment, or the question can be called, it can be put to the vote immediately. Once the amendment is voted on, if the amendment fails, we are left with the original proposed ordinance. Discussion can continue on
Okay.
the original proposed ordinance.
Okay, so please take that in consideration. Mr. Phillips, you're next, but your discussion will be limited to the amendment introduced by Mr. Kugel and seconded by Mr. Laughlin. You have a question?
There's one speaker in the audience who submitted a card who wasn't called. It's Chief Warhorse.
We didn't have a card, but
You did have a card. On a resolution.
okay, well, Ms. Buckley has said your card was mislabeled, but by all means, come up to the front, have a seat, and we'll figure out a way to work you in, okay? It doesn't matter, you don't need to explain it. Okay. Mr. Phillips.
I'm going to go ahead, since we have this amendment.
On the amendment, yes, sir.
Right, I'm not going to speak to that right now. We'll vote on it, and then after that, if it passes or fails, I'll speak to whatever is left, okay?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bender, remember on the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So regarding the amendment, I had this question before the amendment, but it relates to what Mr. Kugel has offered up. So Tim, could you come up here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question is, obviously, like my district is below this urban boundary, okay? All right. But I'm not asking it for my district. I'm asking it for knowledge on this whole ordinance, okay? If above the urban boundary, there is a subdivision that has, I don't even know if there is one, but let's say they have a lot size of 100 by 150.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a little bit more than a third of an acre. Okay. You mentioned earlier 1 acre. So are we to assume by that statement that a septic system on 1 acre, okay, will simply go down into the ground and will not run into a ditch?
Well, if you're talking about a conventional septic tank, is that what you're talking about with the field bed?
Is that, let me just ask you, is the conventional septic tank usually the ones that you run into the most?
No, the aerobic treatment units are usually what we run into with the aerator.
Okay.
And those are allowed to have a discharge to the ditch. That's acceptable. The conventional septic tanks are not allowed to have a discharge to the ditch. They have to dispose of the water within the property boundaries.
Okay. How much property do you need for that to properly stay within the boundary of that lot?
Usually, I think it's based on the length of the field bed, and I think that for a 500-gallon septic tank, I think you're talking about 150 feet of field bed, but that can be run in parallel. So you could accomplish it on a third of a lot.
Okay. So if...
I'm sorry, a third of an acre.
Third of an acre.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that there are normal size lots above this urban boundary. So I'll ask it this way. If there are normal size lots above the urban boundary, in not the amended version, but in the original version that you were discussing before, would you inspect that property?
We would inspect that as part of the electrical transfer program, And obviously, if there were any kind of complaints that we were notified about, we would go out and inspect. But it would not be part of the proposed ordinance.
You got to help me a little bit. I've heard electrical transfer program before.
Yes, sir.
But what makes it qualify under electrical transfer?
It's property transactions.
Okay, so.
Remember, please try to limit discussion to the amendment, not.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to debate it with you, but I thought his amendment was to include north of the urban growth boundary. And I was simply trying to find out if that was only limited to homes that needed to be inspected, okay? In your opinion, would we have to go all the way north of the urban boundary?
Well, I think what we've...
And that's my last question, Mr. Chairman.
The information that we've gotten from planning on the amount of lots north of the urban growth boundary line that are less than 1 acre, that's only 8% is my recollection. So 92% of the lots above the urban growth boundaries for homes within subdivisions are greater than 1 acre. So 92%. So you're talking about the vast majority above the urban growth boundary line where the disposal of the wastewater within the boundaries of the property can be accomplished.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. O'Brien.
Real quick, I have a lot to say about some other stuff, but regarding this, to me, it's a principle of the thing issue. Either you want to clean up our water or you don't. I don't understand why we have rules for thee and not for me in some areas. So while I definitely support making it parish-wide, I do have some other concerns that I'd like to address later.
Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, if I will go back to if it's such a small number below 1 acre, I don't see a point in why are we keeping the exemption. So I think we should get rid of that. And another just point is that this is not about lot size, because large lots, and in fact all lots above the urban growth boundary are exempt, but large lots below the urban growth boundary are not exempt. This is not about lot size. I mean, I think I've explained why.
Ms. Tanner.
Okay.
Y'all could please quiet down the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and Tim, thank you for that information. 8% of the septic tanks up there is probably needs to be looked at. But most people don't realize that in the northern part of the state, in the northern part of the parish, we have septic tanks with filter beds. They stay on our land, they do not drain in the ditch, they do no harm to anyone, and if you right up in my area, you're not going to see wet ditches or pipes sticking out in ditches. It remains on our land, and that's why the boundary was set years ago for things like this, and we're only talking about 8%, if that. Most of us are filter beds. Is that correct, Tim?
Yes, ma'am. Or spray irrigation or overland flow.
Right.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
the older homes and all are septic tanks. I mean, the filters, the spray system didn't come into what, maybe 4 years ago or so?
It's been longer than that, but
you
got a lot of old septic tanks up there.
Most of them are septic tanks and filter beds with no mechanical parts, correct?
Yes, we'll see a lot of those up there. That's
okay,
right.
Thank you.
Ms. Casabon.
Yes, I'd just like to say that it has been brought, it's the fact that the parish, the north end and the south end and the east and the west are different. I think a lot of you colleagues came up as far as my district goes all the way to the Washington Parish line, just about. Our terrain is different. Our perk system, which we have more of these septic tanks, the filter beds take care of it. Since this ordinance began, I have done nothing, but every time I drive by, I'm looking at ditches in every area. And I find hardly a few of the system, you know, draining into the ditch, and it's dry. So, you know, I keep being told that political. Well, Ms. Tanner and I both were not willing to be in this particular ordinance. But I feel like I want to support my fellow councilmen in areas in which they really do need these inspections. So if it is, if this is what you want to call political, then yes, it is dealing with the parish side that needs more help than what Ms. Tanner and I's side needs. And that's the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
I tend to disagree. I think stuff runs from the north to the south. You have cattle up there. If you have a big rainstorm, it's going to bring it down to the south. But I'd like to call the question.
You're the last speaker. Good timing. Chief Warhorse, would you like to speak about the amendment, or would you like to speak about the ordinance? You have a choice.
A slash, but I can do it all fast. I can do it in 3.
Proceed.
Okay.
State your name and proceed. You have 3
My name is Chief Elvin Warhorse Gillum. I agree with everything you said, Arthur. Thanks, you gave me where I can have 3 minutes. Everything you said, I really believe that. You cannot have a law in a parish for half of us and it exempt the other half. We want fairness. Like I told y'all, we mixed. Dixie Ranch, large landowners. Honeybee, large landowners. Some people have a mixed district. And some of us fit into the same thing you all have. I've talked to you ladies about it. I'm on over 100 and some acres. Well, that fit. So I'm not here just for me. We need fairness. You all are asking us to trust y'all with stuff. This thing keep changing. I've been with you all from August to now. This thing done flip, flop, and turn. I don't think you should vote on it tonight because you need to come back to us with the community, whatever new changes you have made. We owe that. We don't know what y'all voting on tonight. That junk changes every time there's a meeting. I have talked to and watched Mr. Kroger's stuff. I did read all what I got from you, and there's a lot of things in there that's not in none of this. The EQ stuff is not in it. The state suggestions are not in it. I think we need to not rush. What is the rush to get it right? If we want to get it right and clean up, there are other bacterias that's in the water also. And yes, anything up north coming down south. We need to identify any damaging chemicals or contamination to our waters. Don't rush this on us. If we really want clean water, let's make that the top priority. That's what I'm asking, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the council. And also, there are laws we have not looked at with large landowners. The purple paint law. I talked to one of the councilmen, or 2 of them the other day. So what about the purple paint law? He was like, what is it? Do y'all know about the purple paint law? That was also revised under former Governor Elwood's to protect people with property, especially people with large property. Read the purple paint law. You cannot just come on my property without my permission. There's a purple paint law, Mr. Brown. And I think all of this need to be discussed. Violating our property. Do we own our land or not? We pay tax. Okay? Thank you very much. Give you 22
Thank you.
seconds back.
So we have a motion and a second on an amendment. Please vote. Voting on the amendment.
The motion fails with 4 yeas and 9 nays and 1 absent.
Okay, so now we get back to the ordinance.
Hold on one moment.
What's that?
Hold on one moment. All right.
Please keep it down.
Now we're back to discussion of the main ordinance.
Okay, so now we're back to discussion of the main ordinance. We're going to start with Mr. Phillips. I'm going to remind everybody that I don't think there's ever been an ordinance debated more and discussed more in public. So I think it's time to make a decision. Mr. Phillips.
Okay, well, first of all, full disclosure, I have central water and sewage, and my bill was about $240 last month. So, but I'm totally against passing this ordinance tonight. I think I'm in total agreement with we have to clean up our water. I think as we come down from this decision, like everybody wants to clean the water, that we sort of diverge. We just need to come together on it. Getting back to what the chief just said, I think testing of the water is paramount to do first. If you test the water and it's bad, then you know you have a reason to go on somebody's property, and then you can let them know you're going to come on their property. We did a pilot program. I also wanted District 5 to be part of that pilot program, and I'm sure we identified a lot of hot spots around the parish that we need to go out and inspect. I don't think it's necessary to say we're going to do 12,000 inspect 12,000 septic systems a year for 3 years. I think you could cut it down if you're finding out where the hot spots are and then go in there and, you know, like if you find a ditch, for example, that has a whole bunch of pollution in it, there's probably going to be a couple that aren't bad. There might be a whole mess of them that are bad, and then you can test those, the water coming from those pipes, and go inspect those systems. So you're not guilty before proven innocent. You know, I'm with the government. I'm here to help. So I'm going to come inspect on your private property first without testing the water before I come on your property. I'm totally against that. Funding. When you look at the funding, we don't even have what they call a CEA that's supposed to be coming from the Mosquito Abatement Board or district. Now, I've been told we have to pass the ordinance before we can get the funding. Well, that's like Nancy Pelosi telling me I got to pass the bill before I can read it. You know, I want to see the money. You know, when you look at the ordinance, it says the St. Tammany Parish, not the whereas, it's like down below, St. Tammany Parish ordains, and it says where the funding's coming from, then the funding's identified. We don't have that anywhere in the ordinance. So as far as I'm concerned, and the only part I see is from the conservatory, they're going to say they're going to give $313,000, but it's not in the ordinance itself. It says it will be absolutely in there, okay? Just because we had 1 million meetings doesn't mean we're there. I think we're real close. For example, if you test before you inspect, I think that's a big step, you know, to overcome. Okay, and they talk about targeted inspections. Well, make it targeted testing, then inspecting. I'm not opposed to taking money from other organizations, but I want it identified in the ordinance before I go ahead and pass it. And I would really like to hear from Mr. Berger. Anytime somebody wants to call him up, or I guess I could, anything you have to say would be relevant, so I'd be happy to hear from you.
Would that be now?
By all means, sir, come on. Anything you'd like to say. I like that. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Pull that statement back.
And thank you so much for coming here. And I know it's been a very long meeting, so we certainly appreciate your time.
Hour and a half drive, 5.5 hours here waiting.
State your name too, sir, please. I'm sorry.
Chuck Berger, or William Berger. Work for DEQ, senior engineer in Water Planning Assessment Division. Been there since 1996, doing TMDLs and water quality modeling. So I will just correct a couple of things that Mr. Allen said. I'm not aware of the parish being told that they can't develop
by DEQ, unless that would have come from water permits. Now, we did do a lot of TMDLs in this area that were very restrictive, and the UAA was not done at that point. We knew we were reevaluating the criteria, so we took approach of phased TMDLs, which means we aimed the TMDLs not at the criteria that was on the books at that point, but some idea of what we thought the criteria would be for dissolved oxygen. And it was a lower value, and the results of those TMDLs, generally, the reductions required by those TMDLs was anywhere from 0 to 80% to meet this reduced criteria. And it wasn't really just reduced, it was something that was more appropriate for the water bodies. So those TMDLs are on the books now. And when I say the reductions were anywhere from 0 to 80%, it means that different reaches of the water body had different reductions. So, you know, what does that mean? We did also point to regionalization as being part of the solution. So, but we also support any efforts to improve the water quality in the streams, no matter what that might be, what that method is. So do you have any specific questions for me?
Mr. Phillips?
I guess one question, you know, above the urban growth boundary line or whatever, the water coming down from there, is there contaminants coming down from there? And what river was that coming down from District 3?
Possibly. You're asking a very specific question about a dynamic and natural system.
Well,
so,
just for example,
water flows downhill, yes.
Yeah, water flows downhill. We got it coming from other states probably too. I mean, there's a lot of contaminants.
Does Tangipahoa River or Bogaflaya River go into Mississippi?
I don't know. I'm asking you that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think Bogaflaya might, but the Tangipahoa does. The Tchefuncte River, I don't think it does, but the Bogaflaya does, I believe, a little bit into Mississippi. So those areas are very rural, and there's not a lot of, you know, man-made input, except for possibly cattle or something.
What about cattle and? Would there be
yes.
Is there a significant amount of contamination come from them?
You know, that's something I can't answer. That would require some intensive studies. You know, it's like asking how polluted is it, or which one is more polluted.
It's the second most contaminated.
Please. I would not necessarily agree with that.
It's all the Pontchartrain Conservancy report.
Please, sir.
That's the punch.
That's all I have right now. Is anybody else wants to speak?
I would say close, Mr. Berger, because there may be some more questions. Mr. Rowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long night. I'm going to make this brief. I just want to let you know my district, District 2, which is in Covington, was part of the pilot program in 2024. There were 7 districts that were a part of this district. I'm sorry, I wasn't really going to question the gentleman.
Oh,
here.
I just
My
wanted to stand
apologies.
close. No, you can talk.
Okay.
I just asked Mr. Berger to stay close by in case there was a question.
Okay, my apologies. Okay. So my district, after this pilot program, which had 7 of the districts volunteer their districts to be part of this, I had a 50% fail rate. I was actually shocked, to be totally honest with you. So I heard a lot of things tonight, just setting the record straight. I live in the municipality of Covington, and we have a water bill that arrives in my mailbox every month. It includes water, trash, and sewer. Around $30 is for sewer, and I'm happy to pay it. So think about this real quick. I know I hear the residents out there. I've received many emails, many texts, many calls about, you know, we can't afford. What about responsibility as a homeowner? Think about that really quick. Of all the years I lived in Covington, I can pretty much multiply that $30 a month, and it comes out to be quite a bit of a fee. So the septic tanks that are on these properties is your responsibility to make sure they work. Now the parish is good enough to go ahead and give you a free inspection, and I said free inspection, to say, hey, you polluting your neighbors and yourself. Don't you want to take a little bit of responsibility for that? So think about that. What if you had a sewer bill that was like $30 a month? Would you prefer that? So again, think about this. This is a good ordinance. This is a start. This has been worked on a long time, regardless if anybody says it hasn't. That is untrue. And again, we do have a responsibility, and I thank the parish for looking for grants for people that will be helped in this process. And we're going to be very gentle on how we handle if you do have a problem. And that was talked about by Mr. Brown, and we appreciate all your hard work. We appreciate the last council and all their hard work too. So thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, well, this poor man probably wants to go home and have some birthday cake, so I'm going to ask questions.
No, I don't want cake.
Listen, what is your professional opinion about the fact that we're talking about inspections as opposed to testing the water? Because what's being proposed is inspecting every home, but what's also being discussed by some other people was, why aren't we doing more things like the state, where we could perhaps test water areas regionally and ditches and all? When you see a problem, then go to individual inspections. Do you feel strongly about that either way?
Well, I'm really hesitant to opine on anything. I'm here for information purposes primarily, and that we're supporting.
Do you feel one is more professional and would give us better results? One as opposed to the other?
Yeah, that's not, being a non-resident and a state employee, I'm going to stay away from that.
Okay. Well, Chair, do I continue?
Before telling you what is good or what's not good in this ordinance.
Okay, I just wanted to see professionally if you thought one was better than the other. I tell you, I have concerns about this ordinance because of fairness and funding. We just reiterated that we're not going to have a parish-wide system. And as I said earlier, it's a principle of the thing for me. Now, the funding part, I'm concerned about having, in essence, an unfunded mandate later. We talk about $500,000 from the mosquito board, but on our agenda tonight, we talked about possibly removing their board president, which could come up later. The mosquito board, as I understand, was on Facebook talking about suing the parish. Typically, organizations who sue you are not going to volunteer to give you money. I don't know if they're different, but somebody also talked about, well, maybe we could use some Public Works money. They work with ditches. Well, Public Works has a dedicated fund, and those funds cannot be sent to environmental services, as I understand. I was concerned about the Bogafalaya. I had heard that it was the second most polluted river, and as we said, water runs south. Environmental Services is responsible for developing, implementing, and executing. DES is going to develop it in-house. I want to know, is this based on any state, parish, county, or municipal experiences? Are we just creating it from scratch? Or are we basing it on somebody else's successful program? I would think there'd be wisdom in looking at someone else's program which is successful. Again, why inspections and not water testing in areas? And I wanted to tell you, somebody reminded me about something that happened during Pat Brister's administration. They had heard about an area that was problematic, and I understand 6 people were sent out to do inspections. Kelly Rabelais, after the inspections were done, sent out letters to individuals citing them. She gave them a certain time to respond, and code enforcement was actually involved. And 5 out of the 6 households came into compliance rather quickly. I'm thinking, can we not emulate that again without creating another bureaucracy? I had a question. I know we talked about grants for low income, but we say here, wherever the St. Tammany Department of Grants will work with DES on behalf of property owners who may not qualify for the low income grant program to develop and implement a low interest loan program to provide financing for such property owners to finance the cost and repair or replacement, on and on. So my question is, are we starting loan programs? I mean, is parish government going to issue loans?
But Ms. O'Brien, I don't think that's a question for Mr. Berger.
I'm not asking him. I'm talking about, I already asked him a
I
question.
believe that was already removed from the ordinance,
Okay.
just FYI.
Okay. You know, honestly, if you went to apply for a loan at a bank and they said, look, we're not sure about this, but we can get you all the money. Don't worry about the specifics. If you were going to build a house and your architect and your contractor said, look, don't worry about it. We know what you want your house to look like. We'll take care of it. It'll work out in the end. You wouldn't do that. Okay, you'd want your loan to be done properly. You want your house to be built properly. And I think we should have our ordinance done properly. I personally cannot support this until and unless I know factually if we're going to have that $500,000 from mosquito. And I'm kind of thinking we might not. I think it needs more. I don't want to kill this. I want to fix it. That's all. I agree we need clean water. I'm not arguing that at all. But I think we do need to make our best better. I don't think it's ready yet. We've had multiple people talking about that. And in case this passes and it becomes an unfunded mandate because of all these problems with finance, I'm on the record saying I cautioned about that. I have serious concerns about that. And I do not think we should proceed until we get more clarification about this contribution from the mosquito board.
Mr. Kugel.
Yes, you can probably sit down. I don't want.
I had something else I wanted to say.
Do you want me to talk first, Chairman, or you want him to say what he wants to say?
Why don't you go ahead and say it, and then so you can sit down. Yeah.
So this is part of the integrated report, was what we call it, a list of it demonstrates the health of the water bodies, and it includes what they call the 305B report and the 303D list. The 305B report is the health of all the subsegments in the state, and then the 303D list is all those impaired water bodies that don't have TMDLs. So the integrated report is a combination of that. So looking for the dissolved oxygen impairments, which is, typically mostly associated with things like sanitary outfalls. A lot of those fall into, you got Beatico Creek, Lower Chifuncta River, Lower Bogafalaya River, all in that around Covington area, Bayou Lacombe, W14 Canal, Bayou Liberty, all of those along the North Shore area. So that's where the impairments lie, and that's where most of the TMDLs were done. So, and we did a lot of TMDLs for water bodies that are listed in St. Tammany Parish, and a lot of those are not only scenic rivers, but that scenic river is a Department of Wildlife and Fishery designation. We call them outstanding natural resource waters, and they don't align 100%. So that gives it an extra level of protection for degradation of water quality. So, that's good and bad in some ways, but, like Upper Chifuncta River is an ONRW, and it includes all the tributaries as well. That's the only one in the state where all the tributaries are offered that same protection. But there's quite a few others in St. Tammany Parish as well. So that's, I think, pretty much all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with my colleague, Ms. O'Brien. I don't think this is fiscally responsible, and I think we are absolutely potentially creating an unfunded mandate. It has been discussed, I think even in the news, about the October 15th mosquito board meeting where board members mentioned about holding back funds. And in addition, it's also been stated that I know at the agenda review that this was already voted on back in July, but what was at the mosquito board meeting. But I went and looked at the minutes, and all that was voted on at that time was to pursue a CEA. But as of right now, there is no CEA. We are very likely potentially creating an unfunded mandate with this. The last thing I want to address is just, I know it's been brought up about this protections in the ordinance for good faith
As long as you're complying, there's not going to be fines. I'm looking at, I've read this, and I don't see that anywhere in here. What I do see in section I is that the government can extend the time if you're not compliant, but it's not a protection for you. So it protects the government. It doesn't protect the property owner. And to go back to what Ms. O'Brien said, I think it would be just reckless and irresponsible of us, before we figure out this funding issue and before we actually get some protections for property owners, to go forward with this. So I think we need to postpone.
Okay. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to tell my colleague, Mr. Rowland, I really enjoyed what you said, sir, because I'm in the same situation. Been paying for with the city of Slidell's main system for 49 years, and I don't mind it at all, okay? But let me also add this, and I'm going to support this, okay? I mean, we have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. And I'm realistic to the fact that I don't live where Ms. Tanner or Ms. Casabon live. And my district is not extremely similar to their districts, okay? So I have to take that into consideration. The other thing is, when we moved to Slidell, a city, we moved just into the city 49 years ago, they had a fully operational city water treatment, sewer treatment system, okay? But that was 49 years ago. And I don't know how long they had it before I moved there. And the city grew. For us to wait for the money, and I say this, I understand the points that my colleagues are making, that, well, we've been promised this money or that money, but we don't have a CEA or whatever, okay? Look, what if we weren't promised this money? I mean, is it our obligation as a parish to fund this ourselves? I mean, we do have some obligation. When I moved to Slidell, all of the parish roads around my house were gravel. I don't know what the cost of a full treatment system would cost right now. Sir, with DEQ, do you have any idea what a huge treatment system would cost nowadays?
There's too many variables there. No, I don't know.
Tim, do you have any approximate idea?
Are you talking about a single treatment plant, or to
No.
sewer all the
I'm
unsewered
talking
areas?
about something big enough to handle the 30,000 people in Slidell.
Yeah, no, I went back and I looked at some of the reports that were done by CDM back in Parish President Davis's tenure, and I pulled some of those numbers, and based on those old numbers, I can comfortably say that it would probably be over $1 billion to sewer the unsewered areas in St. Tammany Parish.
Okay, $1 billion. So I don't see it coming unless Rick hits the lottery, okay? But then he's got to buy a ticket first. Look, I think we have to start somewhere, and I think now's the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, this ordinance, my expectations about this ordinance is pretty simple. It's not going to turn our polluted waterways into drinking water by any means. And I agree with Councilman Phillips. There's other issues north of the urban growth boundary line, such as cattle, heavy rainstorms, and you got a lot of runoff. But my expectation for this ordinance is that it's a great first step to improving the quality of our waterways. It's an equitable solution. I think we're trying to be as fair as we can to everybody. The thing is, doing nothing is the same thing that's been done for forever around here. And look at the situation we're in. I think that this ordinance is going to show, my expectation is that it's going to show the feedback that we're going to be expecting, right? Tim, if I could ask, we're going to be getting feedback as to how the waterways are responding to this effort.
Yes, sir.
And I believe we're going to see improvement. Is it going to be drinking water pure? No. But it's going to be a big, big improvement, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. And we have the complimentary study that we'll be doing with grant funding, where we'll have 20 sampling locations within the parish, distributed throughout the parish, that will be sampled every month for the next 3 years. So we'll be able to see what kind of improvement we're making and react to that data.
Thank you.
Mr. Laughlin.
I have a question for the state official, if you wouldn't mind, sir. And while you're on your way up, I'd really like to thank you. I know what it's like to lose your birthday on a day like this. And I appreciate you coming and making this sacrifice.
Actually, it's all fine. I joke around a lot about it. So, but what I'd say is, just observing y'all up here, how do y'all keep track of all this? I don't know. That's not the job for me.
My question for you is, could you explain, because I understand what we're doing with the TMDLs, correct? That's the total total daily load that the water system can handle.
That's a simple definition of it.
How are larger systems done? Like if it's a private subdivision that has a package plant, how are they monitored?
Well, what do you mean by how? That's not a TMDL. That's the DEQ has people that go out and inspect those, right?
So they're inspected by the DEQ?
Yeah.
Okay. And have y'all...
And they have their protocols and methods, you know. The big chemical plants, they got, everybody inspecting them, and they're taking care of everything. But the smaller package plants, like the 100,000 gallons per day, they've always been inspected, and I think over the last 10 years, maybe 5 to 10 years, that DEQ's been more thorough in inspecting those smaller package plants. A lot of those only got inspected by if there was a complaint, more than 5 years ago, I guess. But they've been inspecting a higher percentage of those as well.
So those aren't inspected. They are now getting more and more inspected, but they're not inspected on. They weren't inspected on a regular basis.
Years back.
Right. My other question is, when y'all are making y'all's calculations and determining things, what have y'all seen in your time here in your position with the cumulative effect that we have in St. Tammany? We have gone from 50,000 people or 60,000 people in 1970 to now in 2025 we're about to hit 300,000. I mean, so if this system has a max daily outload or output of this and this one in there, all stacked on top, and yes, everything from the north does flow south to the lake, so this is not equitable, okay? But the issue for me is are we've gotten to the point in St. Tammany, are we getting close to it that we really just can't handle any more growth because there's just nowhere for this wastewater to go?
The way the TMDLs are worked, when the water body's listed as impaired, it must be prioritized for TMDL development.
Right.
That doesn't mean it has to be done right then. It just has to be put into some sort of priority. And so we do that, and that's how, when these were done, that's how it was. Now we have a different approach, and we can also do TMDL alternatives as well. And that's, quite likely, if we were to look at something over here now, most of the TMDLs have been done and are in place, like I said. But if we were to work over here now, we would probably take a similar approach. And but those TMDLs, study it, we design a survey for it, we go out and have the data collected, then we come back and develop a computer model and put that together, and that's how we simulate it and project and come up with loading scenarios. So we have all the permit information, so we know, at least what they're permitted for. Sometimes in part of these surveys, we would sample some of the facility outfalls, and yeah, there were some that were quite a bit above, some of these package plants, more or less. But the things that were not really covered are those individual home units. But we do have a group that goes out there and addresses those under our non-point program. And that's really, they're under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health. But because water quality is our jurisdiction, we work with them, the Department of Health, and contractors that we have to inspect those and provide the education. And it's not maybe as intrusive as things I've heard discussed here and what people think happens, but a lot of it is about going out and inspecting the unit, telling the homeowner what's wrong, and then giving them some education, and then giving them an opportunity to fix it. It's not us going out there and fixing it ourselves. But that's kind of how that's worked in the past for us.
Thank you so much, and I sincerely thank you for spending your evening with us. Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Smith?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt this ordinance.
Well, the people in the queue, would you like to make a motion to call the question?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion
to call the question. Is there a second? Second, Ms. Seiden. Please vote to call the question.
No.
We have a motion on the floor right now. Let's get through this.
So you need a 2/3 vote to call the question. And you immediately vote on the
There's a motion second on the floor to call the question. 2/3 of the body or 2/3 of the total?
2/3 of attending.
What's 2/3?
It is? It's 2/3? Okay, the question is called. Ms. Smith, do you have another motion?
No, you now have to move. You now have to vote on the.
Right, on the ordinance.
Yes.
We don't have do we have a motion on the ordinance? Okay. We have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance. Please vote.
We do not. Who was in motion and second?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I swear, if other people would stop talking and just let me handle it, it would be fine. Okay, Mr. Smith, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make
Motion, Mr. Smith, second, Mr. Rowling, to adopt the ordinance. Please vote.
The motion passes with 8 yeas, 5 nays, and 1 absent.
Okay, number 3 is ordinance calendar number 79.
One moment.
Number 3 is ordinance calendar number 7955. An ordinance accepting finalized subdivisions to the road and drainage inventory, specifically Rural Gardens condominiums, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Laughlin? Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Kugel. Any discussion? Please hold it down. Please vote.
Everybody has not voted.
Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 4 is ordinance calendar number 7965. Ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on north side of Rose Street, east side of Canterville Road, being 35393 Rose Street, Slidell, from its present L2 large lot residential district and HC Highway 2 commercial district to an L2 large lot residential district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Laughlin. Motion, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 5 is ordinance calendar number 7966. Ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the end of F. Jenkins Road, south of Sherwood Forest, being 8144 F. Jenkins Road, Bush, from its present R1 Rural Residential District and R Rural Overlay to an R1 Rural Residential District, R Rural Overlay, and Manufactured Housing Road Overlay. Ward 5, District 7. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 6 is ordinance calendar number 7967, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of Pontchartrain Drive, south of North Shore Circle, and north of Lakeview Drive, being 4973 Pontchartrain Drive, Slidell, from its present CBF1 Community Business Facilities to an SU Suburban Residential District, Ward 9, District 12. Mr. Bender. Motion, Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Corbin. Please vote.
Mr. Bender, what was your vote?
Yeah.
With a verbal yay from Mr. Bender, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 7 is ordinance calendar number 7968, ordinance to amend the 2025 grants budget amendment number 9. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Corbin, what was your vote?
Yay.
With a verbal yay from Mr. Corbin, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 8 is ordinance calendar number 7969, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 23, utilities capital road projects. Ms. Tanner.
Make the motion.
Motion, second, Mr. Rolling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Ms. Casabon, what was your vote? With the verbal yay from Ms. Casabon, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 9 is ordinance calendar number 7970, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 24, Homeland Security and Emergency Operations capital assets. Ms. Tanner.
Make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 10 is ordinance calendar number 7971, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 25, development capital projects. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Casabon. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 11 is ordinance calendar number 7972, ordinance to amend the 2025 operating budget, amendment number 15. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Seiden. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 12 is ordinance calendar number 7973, ordinance to remove a portion of Harvard Drive from St. Tammany Parish Selective Maintenance System in District 13, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to... Sorry. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this for 2 more months. We're still waiting to get our final documentation from the property owners, and we don't have it all in place yet.
Motion to postpone, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 13 is ordinance calendar number 7974, ordinance accepting the finalized subdivisions to the road and drainage inventories, specifically Copper Ridge, warranty obligation released on September 8, 2025 by the Department of Engineering in Ward 4, District 7.
I make the motion.
Ms. Tanner, Mr. Rolling, seconds. Any discussion? Please vote.
Ms. Seiden, what was your vote? With the verbal yay from Ms. Seiden, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 14 is ordinance calendar number 7975, ordinance to amend the Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, Article 3, Division 4, to amend Section 24-159, providing for the operation of motorized vehicles and enforcement of traffic controls on private streets within the Beauchene subdivision and Marina Beauchene, to add Section 24-160, providing for violations thereof, and to add Section 24-161, providing for the enforcement thereof. Ward 4, District 4. Ms. Seiden. Motion, second, Mr. Rolling. Any discussion? Please vote. Where's the off the floor sheet?
Mr. Loughlin, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 15 is ordinance calendar number 7976AA, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Ordinance Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Parish Council, amending Section 2-74 to add subparagraph G to require fiscal notes on ordinances, amending the code. Mr. Kugel? Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Ms. O'Brien. Any discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Loughlin, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 16 is ordinance calendar number 7977, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 26, buildings, general capital projects. Mr. Bender, motion, Mr. Bender, second, Mr. Loughlin. Any discussion? Please vote. We do have an off-the-floor item, people.
Ms. Seiden, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 17 is ordinance calendar number 7978, ordinance to amend the 2025 operating budget, amendment number 16. Mr. Bender? Motions, Mr. Bender, second, Mr. Loughlin. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Since the resolution was not pulled, we do not need to go into executive session, correct? We get a motion to withdraw, Mr. Corbin, second, Mr. Loughlin, to withdraw, going into executive session. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
We have one off-the-floor item, ordinance establishing a no parking area on Victoria Parkway, R09CO49, and Victoria Park Subdivision, Ward 9, District 11. We need a unanimous vote. Can we get a motion to open off-the-floor agenda? Motion, Mr. Loughlin, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote to open the off-the-floor agenda for that item.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Mr. Bender.
The motion fails with 12 yeas,
Motion
1 nay,
fails,
and 1
means adjourned.
absent.